Good evening, everyone. This meeting of the Los Gatos Town Council is called to order. Clerk, can we begin with a roll call, please?
Councilmember Rennie? Councilmember Hudes?
Here.
Councilmember Badami?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rista?
Here.
Mayor Moore?
Here. Thank you very much. Okay, so to begin our meeting, very first thing we have is Kaylin, who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Kaylin, come on up. You can go all the way around here, and I'll give you the microphone. While Kaylin's walking up, I'll tell you all that Kaylin goes to Valley Christian High School. He is a public speaker, perfect for this evening. He's involved in graphic design, game design, visual arts, a real creative Renaissance man. Also, very into social studies. Some of his community service includes youth development, tutoring, helping neurodivergent students in our community. And when asked what his favorite thing about Los Gatos was, or what he'd like to share with the community, Kaylin said that he loves the friendly and clean atmosphere of the town and the fact that we are close to the Santa Cruz Mountains. Me too. The public services, such as parks and library, are also amazing, and the trees everywhere make it come together. Shouting out public services. Thank you to our town staff. That's perfect for this evening. Okay, I will give it over to you to begin the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, and Kaylin, you can shake all the council members' hands. You'll start with Councilmember Badami and make your way down. And then when you get to the clerks, they'll have a little gift for you. So you can come this way. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Kaylin. Okay, so we will now move on to our business of the month. Thank you. And our business of the month is Ethos. Yes, please come on up. Ethos is a relatively new business in Los Gatos. So you've been here for maybe 3 years now. Okay. And Ethos, so the theme of the business and the resident this month is Earth Month. So two of our environmentally focused businesses and causes. And so Ethos is a refillery among many other things. And I know Ethos because I'm a regular there. I get my shampoos and soaps, and if you need paper towels, instead they have. My favorite product is the unpaper towels, which are reusable paper towels that you put in the laundry. So I'm a big fan of Ethos, and so I will read a little bit about why you are the Los Gatos Business of the Month. So congratulations to Meredith Keat and the entire Ethos team on being named Los Gatos' Business of the Month. This April, as our community celebrates Earth Month, Ethos is helping Los Gatans live out our environmental values. By offering carefully curated, refillable, and reusable essentials, Ethos makes it easy and approachable for everyone in town to minimize our impact on the planet. What makes Ethos so special is the way they meet our community where it is, showing that conscious, low-waste living does not have to be complicated or out of reach. We are very fortunate to have this woman-owned, locally rooted small business as such a welcoming presence in Los Gatos. Thank you, Ethos. Thank you, Meredith, for helping all of us live in alignment with the values we share. Congratulations to Ethos. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, and then do you want to say a few things about Ethos?
I mean, you said it all right there. So we're just really honored to be receiving this from you and the council. So thank you very much. And it's been amazing being in the Los Gatos community with this foreign concept to many and having people welcome it and explore it and come in and ask, what is this all about? And it becomes a conversation and an education. And so to be here on Earth Month, on the eve of Earth Day, is an honor. So thank you very much.
Thank you. If you have not checked out Ethos, it is in downtown Los Gatos, near the, what are you near? Athleta, yeah, the clothing store. So check out Ethos. Okay, so another individual that has helped our businesses and our community become more clean and green is Christy Boscovich, who can come on up. And Christy was, I have to give full credit to Vice Mayor Maria Risto for recommending Christy for this honor. So Christy is a St. Mary's parent, among many other things. And if you all are familiar with the St. Mary's Country Fair, it's a wonderful event that happens every year in our town over a weekend. And it's an amazing event. But what Christy did is took an already incredible event and turned it into a sustainable, low to no waste event, and is continuing to improve on that in future years. And she's joined here by her family, her 4 children, who are her inspiration, which was very inspiring to me. So I'll read this for you. So congratulations on being named Los Gatos' Resident of the Month. Your work to eliminate single-use plastics and improve sustainability at the St. Mary's Country Fair is truly remarkable. This recognition is especially fitting during Earth Month, as it reflects the dedication, leadership, and forward-thinking spirit you have brought to our community. From ensuring all food and drink supplies are 100% compostable to upgrading the hydration station with refillable stations. I was there this past year. I refilled my water bottle at that station. You have reimagined what a community event can look like when sustainability is a priority. What makes your work even more meaningful is the purpose behind it. This work done for your children and the next generation inspires our whole town to strive for a cleaner, healthier world. Thank you, Christy, for showing Los Gatos what thoughtful choices, big and small, can do and add up to something significant. So thank you very much and congratulations. Do you want to say a few words?
Thank you so much, Mayor Moore, for this incredible honor. I just want to say very briefly that I feel so honored to be a part of the Los Gatos community, but also the St. Mary's community, which puts such a great emphasis on one of our core values, which is to be the great stewards of God's green earth for future generations, like this little one right here in the back. So thank you to everyone in the St. Mary's community who helped us to make this happen, including Maria, who was also very influential. So thank you to everyone. We're so grateful to be a part of this town, and we're excited for more sustainability to come in future country fairs.
Congratulations. Can we give Christy one more round of applause? Okay, the next item we have is a proclamation for National Poetry Month. Unfortunately, our poet laureate was not able to join us here this evening. We might ask him to come back and do another poem, but I decided to write a haiku for this evening. I'm just kidding. It's very short, but I didn't think. We love Los Gatos. Los Gatos is the best. Go Los Gatos. That might add up to the correct syllables. So I will be just taking a picture with this proclamation, I think. And but this month is National Poetry Month. For those of you that are poets, it's an incredibly important art form, and I encourage you all to participate in poetry however you can. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. We will now go to our final presentation of the evening, which is from our Los Gatos Community Center Club. So please come on up to the podium, and they will be presenting about the potential of a teen center, and they are sponsored by Los Gatos Thrives.
Hi there.
The floor is yours, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi there, I'm Noah Ramon from the Los Gatos Community Center Club, and we are here to present about who we are as a high school club. So this is a few more of our members. Our president, Tanner Golden, which has presented to a few of you before. Sadly, wasn't able to make it today. He's pretty sick, but we're presenting as well. We are just a group of interested high schoolers that wanted a community center in Los Gatos as soon as we heard about the project. We started from a teen focus group led by Kylie Clark, who continued to help our club throughout, and Erica Weinstein, who just ran that focus group. They wanted to get some impact from, or some knowledge from the teens about what they could use on this project and get a positive impact. And we went back and created a club in the high school because we thought it was a really great opportunity. Some things we've done so far have been mainly more of the same as this. We've done some events at the high school, at the middle schools, presented to youth commissions, some informal events for students, as well as high school parents, and all sorts of events that we've attended as well. And our main activity over the past year was creating this survey that went out to all sorts of high schoolers throughout Los Gatos, mainly Los Gatos high school students, in which we surveyed high school students about how they spent time outside of school and what the effects of a community center could be for them. And with that research, we were able to get a lot of information that ended up being quite a bit of use in our teen needs, what is that called? Our teen needs assessment that has gone out to the town recently. And then to talk about the research, I'll hand it over to Hirad.
Yeah, hi, my name is Hirad, and today I just want to highlight kind of some of the things that were common with what youth wanted to see in a community center. And it really speaks to me as just the amount of stuff up there that emphasizes kind of social connection, right? You have sport courts and ping pong room and billiards room, and all the fitness stuff kind of all centers around the idea that teens want a space where they can go, and unlike that library where they have to be quiet, where they can just exist and kind of interact with one another. Because especially in our age today, dominated so much by social media, I think this tells me that students and teens especially really are looking to find a community center where they can just spend time with each other. And I think sports, as shown up here, to me, present as a very indicative way that kids want to kind of achieve this. And kind of in that same vein, we found that adults and teens actually have a lot in common. We had our similar meeting spaces, like an outdoor patio and a large community room, common between both adults and students. And adults also highly valued a performance space, small and medium meeting rooms, and a teen center room. And this also tells me that both adults and students alike want to see a community where people can interact with each other, whether that be in a sports setting or in a setting where presentations could happen, clubs like us could give presentations, or even music performances could take place. This also shows that teens and adults really agree on fitness spaces and spaces just for socialization and to kind of hang out. And fitness classes also could be used as a resource for adults beyond LG Rec, what we have right now, to extend exercise to more people without having to buy a gym membership. And the surveys also found that meeting rooms were not something that teens and adults really focus, because a lot of people have the facilities to just do that at their own homes. Spaces for board games could also really kind of overlap with other game rooms or exercise or patio facilities, and spaces for elementary and preschool kids were similarly not as emphasized. And yeah, what the data means is that high schoolers really care about a third space, a space other than home, other than school, that doesn't cost money, somewhere they can kind of just exist. So for me, the aim to bring teen needs into the community center project is to kind of just show that the thirst for such a third space is not really limited to the adults, which have a lot of existing representation, but also to students who also want to have that space. And here we have our official teen needs assessment that I will be passing out.
We can pass this out now. Hi, everybody. My name's Otis Peak. Thank you, Hirad. Yeah, you guys can go around. Another point I want to cover on what the data means is that the teen involvement and the teen feedback that we got really coincides with the more adult data that the town gathered. And it shows that kind of everybody, both younger people and older people, want that intergenerational connection. It's not really a exclusive thing to one of the age groups. This is another event that we did. We found it really important to connect with people younger than high school age. So we went to Fisher Middle School, and we had kind of a hands-on workshop with some of their leadership students. As you can see on that little slide there on the right, we had them put little pictures on a slide to represent their needs and their wants in a community center. We also had a high school parent workshop. I believe that was last year in 2025 in the winter. So we hosted it in the school library, and parents came in and talked about their needs and their wants, and we found some really interesting things. There was a lot of really unique concerns from individual people, and we got great ideas that we really hadn't thought of. The main themes kind of rung true that even parents, they want their kids to have a place to go after school. They often want them out of the house, like I'm sure a lot of you have experienced. And I think a lot of age groups feel very positively about a community center being a place where not only adults can go and have fun, but teens can get out of the house. This is a workshop we did during lunch at the high school, and we went outside on the front steps and had kind of an informational meeting with any kids who wanted to come by and listen. We also gave them some pizza and some cookies. And so this really spread the word. We got an extra 100 people added on to the about, I think, 350 that we surveyed. So this was great turnout, and we actually gained a couple new members from this. And so people kind of went from just not knowing anything about a community center to showing some strong interest. Our continued commitment as a club is kind of as follows. We're going to go talk to some elementary school students to get an even younger age group and see what they have to say, because they matter too. And we want to schedule more presentations throughout the community and just spread the word. All right, thanks, guys. Just to end it off, another big shout out to Kylie Clark. She really kickstarted our inspiration to start this club. And thanks to Ryan, of course. He's our advisor, and he's doing a lot of work. All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you all. Yeah, give me a round of applause. Are there... Yes, please go ahead.
Is that how rare this was? I don't understand. I don't know if you guys know how this happened. There were no adults involved in the creation of this club. What happened was we ran a focus group, and the next thing we knew, there was this teen club. I still don't know how it exactly happened, right? But what else in town happens like that, right? Where teens spontaneously form a club, where it's going to be continuing next year. They survey hundreds of students, they hold events, all to do something for a civic project. I think that's amazing, but I also think it speaks to one thing that I see, which is how much native interest there really is in this. It's not an easy project, but there is an interest in it. And I really appreciate these teens, but I also appreciate what they represent, which is the interest of our students in having a place to go. So thank you. Oh, one other thing. The reason parents want their students to have somewhere to have to go after school is that they can't stay at the school. They're not allowed to be at the library at the school. They're not allowed to stay at the middle school. They have to go somewhere. So either they're going to go home, which is where the parents might like them to go, but the teens don't want to go there, or they're going to go to the library where it's quiet, or they can't even go to Jamba Juice anymore, that closed. So anyway, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the council for the presenters? Yes, Councilmember Hudis.
Well, first of all, thank you for the really thorough report and your highlights from it. And I'm extremely impressed with the work that you're all doing. And I was especially listening to the comments about the third space. And I know that that's very important because it represents really a social space, a social interaction. Yes, there might be some at school, but there's not a lot at home expanding beyond your family. So I am very excited about that. And my question about that is the middle school. So you're all from high school. You did a workshop there. Were the needs different or the same, or how urgent is the need for our middle school students?
Go ahead and go to the mic.
So yeah, the need that we saw from that middle school workshop was very similar. It was, again, about that third space, that socialization space that they could have outside of home and school. If anything, it was even more so about socialization because, you know, for a lot of these high schoolers, a lot of their time is spent on school, but in middle school, that's less of a worry in their minds. So they were all coming up with ideas like having a pool to go play in, having a basketball court, having a pickleball court. And it was so clearly that they had that desire for a social space like we did, and we knew that all of our high school peers did. So yeah, it was a very similar finding that we had with that middle school workshop.
Great, thank you. And thank you for reaching out to the middle schoolers.
Thank you, yeah.
Thank you very much. And I just want to give you a big compliment. Doubling down on the concept of the third space. I think it's incredibly important, and I appreciate you all raising that. I think, you know, the importance of having somewhere outside of school to hang out, I think, is very important. I also want to compliment you all. I attended one of your meetings. It's incredible how well you know the town. You all, I think, pointed out to me that there's not a full-size public basketball court in Los Gatos, and I was like, what? No, there's got to be. Nope. So I appreciate you all raising those important issues, and it's impressive to see, and I know this is just the beginning. So thank you very much for being here tonight, and well done. Thank you. Okay, so we will now move on to our business of the evening. So we will begin with the consent calendar. So if there's anyone from the audience who would like to speak on an item on the agenda or off of the agenda, please fill out a speaker card and bring it up to the clerks, and we will get you up here. The consent calendar is considered items that are generally routine town business and may be approved in one motion. Are there any council members wanting to pull an item from consent? Yes, Councilmember Hudis.
I was just sort of waiting to see whether there was any public comment. So do we have?
Sure, we have comment? We have one speaker card.
Okay, I may reserve that until
of course.
After we hear public comment. Thanks.
We have one speaker card from Gus Hu.
Okay, I was hoping to have this pulled because it's something that's I think is, well, first I'm on the minutes. I want to talk about minutes. I submitted something in the supplemental, you know, just blah, blah, blah type of thing. But while I was doing that, I did notice this, which I handed you, and there's a discrepancy with the estimates in the, you know, there's 12 bidders, and there's quite a big range, but the first two was $129.19 was the closest to the next one. The you know, I have a bunch of numbers here: 58,000, 26,000, 67,000, 5,170 was the sixth one down the long. 15,700, 12,700, 40,000, 41,000. You know, in order. 149,000, 161,000 for this bidding. And, you know, there's quite, you know, I was in construction, and I did notice that when I was doing the minutes, that the winning bid also did the garden bed. And so, you know, it just seems really, you know, it just stands out like something's, you know, $129 compared to all these thousands of dollars. And, you know, from $1,225,000, and the low bid is you know, that's, you know, like $578,000 difference from the top to the bottom. And the 120, you know, just, you know, I'd wish that you'd really look at that, because if there's some sort of, you know, it doesn't look good. Another thing is the consulting. I wanted to just set 7 and 8, the consulting, 50,000 for consulting for 3 years. I don't know enough about it, but it just all these consulting fees. and the number 8 is 450,000. You know, I know that somebody wrote in, I don't know if that's on this agenda for tonight or not, but I'd like to know what, you know, I mean, have the public know why, you know, you're having these attorneys for $450,000. If you know, if it's something that we're in, the town's in, and or, you know, because it does affect all the consulting fees, I think are a big deal on my record. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the other speaker that I just wanted to check with, we have a speaker who's checked for a non-agenda item, but the subject is private pickleball court noise, which seems like it applies to an item on the consent calendar. So Clay Johnson and Jeremy Doig, did you mean to speak on consent or during verbal communications? Verbal, okay. Then I'll get you then. Okay, then are there any speakers on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. So I'll go to the council. Yes, Vice Mayor Risto.
Oh, wait, actually, did Councilmember Hudes have anything after public comment? Okay, well, with that, I move to approve the consent items 1 through 8 on the agenda.
Yes, Councilmember Badami.
Second.
Great. We'll do a roll call vote because Councilmember Rennie is joining us remotely. To the clerk.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rista?
Aye.
Mayor Moore?
Aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, so we will now move to public comment, which is the time for folks to address the council on items that are not on the agenda or verbal communications. And I just want to preface really quickly, it's good to see that there's so many folks here tonight. I imagine many of you are here, or at least some of you are here regarding the public hearings, regarding the developments on Los Gatos Boulevard. And so I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarification that may or may not impact when you choose to speak. So we have a public hearing on the agenda tonight regarding, again, 2 proposed developments on Los Gatos Boulevard. While this is a public hearing, the town council will not be voting tonight on whether to approve or deny these developments. And I feel the need to share this because there's a lot of information out online that was saying that the town council was trying to sneak something through and that, you know, there weren't proper public hearings. We are not anywhere close to the approval or denial stage. These hearings are legal and procedural, and so the item before the council this evening is regarding a potential incompleteness or not determination for the development applications. And I just wanted to turn to the town attorney and see if I covered the gist of that well enough, and if you can provide a little bit of context on what people might want to speak to during verbal or the item.
That's correct. And I'll just shed a little bit more light on what the first public hearing item is. So there's a statute that talks about when a planning application has to have been complete and retain its vesting under SB 330. And it's a very highly technical question. And so the town received 2 appeals from 2 applicants that were subject to that statute. And so tonight's hearing is to hear the appeals of the meaning of Government Code Section 65941.1. And the merits of either project will not be discussed, and any land use impacts of either project will not be discussed. It's strictly a question of whether or not their vesting remains in place.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that because if you have a comment on applications or development in general, it's probably better to do that during the verbal communications part. If you have specific comments on the specific part of these 2 developments on Los Gatos Boulevard, you're more than welcome, of course, to share those with us. So if I call your name and you decide you want to move yours, all good, but just wanted to provide that clarification. Okay, we will now go to Clay and Jeremy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thanks for listening to us. My name is Clay Johnson. I've lived in Los Gatos for 17 years. I'm here with my neighbor, Jeremy Dogue, who's also lived in Los Gatos for 19 years. We are here to speak to the issue the town has already spent time, resources, and capital on, the recognized nuisance of pickleball noise. Our request today, the town should prioritize and proactively take steps to establish new requirements for private pickleball courts, not public, but private. We want to be clear at the outset. We are not against pickleball or suggesting banning of pickleball. This is about recognizing that pickleball, when placed in a residential setting, is fundamentally different from typical backyard activities and needs to be treated accordingly. From your own investigation, the council is aware pickleball produces a repetitive, high-frequency pop sound that carries. In a quiet neighborhood, which is where we live, this can increase noise levels significantly above ambient noise, creating a nuisance. Industry studies show measured numbers are in the 70 to 80 decibel range. This is not a subtle change. It's a meaningful shift in the character of the neighborhood. We do not want a shift in the character of our neighborhood. We have already seen the impact of pickleball noise in the La Rinconada neighborhood. The Los Gatos noise zone map clearly shows unmitigated pickleball noise will be a violation of the current standards. The town has had to invest in noise mitigation, rule enforcement, resurfacing, sound mitigation at public pickleball courts. And other cities have faced similar situations and had to address them in similar ways that Los Gatos has had to. This tells us the impact of pickleball is real and against local law. There's new research from National Task Force of Pickleball Noise and other reports like the Manchester by the Sea analysis, which conclude that over 200 communities have shown that pickleball noise has a substantial impact on nearby residents. Residents describe both loss of enjoyment of home and property from chronic noise exposure and significant health concerns consistent with psychological noise-induced stress response. Both reports also conclude that there is no reasonable way to mitigate pickleball noise without 12-foot solid noise control fencing and significant distance to be impacted neighborhoods. There is an added complexity. Public courts and private courts cannot be addressed with the same policies. Public courts can have limited hours, low noise equipment, and oversight. Private courts placed directly next to the neighboring homes do not have the same controls.
Thank you. If you would like to, I don't know who's Jeremy and who's Clay.
This is Jeremy, I'm Clay.
Okay, thank you. Jeremy, if you want to continue the comments, you can.
Oh. Sure, I can carry on. Thank you very much. Where were we? Okay, so there's an added complexity. Public courts and private courts cannot be addressed with the same policies. Public courts can have limited hours, low noise equipment, and oversight. Private courts, of course, placed directly next to neighboring homes, do not have the same controls. Once courts are installed, enforcement issues shift to neighbors and town compliance officers. And with that, sort of leads to a key point. Enforcement is not really, I think, a workable solution. If we allow courts without clear upfront standards, we're effectively turning this into a recurring code enforcement and policing issue. And we really don't want to do that. Right? We don't want to create a burden for the city. So this creates ongoing conflict between neighbors and consumes the town's resources. Land use decisions and city law compliance should not depend on repeated complaints to function. And so that's essentially why we're here. At the end of the day, this is what we're asking for. Los Gatos town should update its noise measurement methodology to account for impulsive sound, which is this new kind of measuring mechanism for pickleball, and establish minimum setback requirements for any new courts. The current mechanisms don't work for pickleball. We request that you immediately suspend permitting and construction of courts that could be used for pickleball, pending the above standards being established. over 200 other cities in the US have already done this, and involve industry experts and the local community in the establishment of those standards. That's why we're here today. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And yes, we have a question from Councilmember Badami.
Thank you for coming tonight. Just for context, can you identify the neighborhood that you live in? I take it it's not La Rinconada?
Correct. We live in East Los Gatos, South Kennedy neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Yeah, I live in a neighborhood where you couldn't fit a pickle in the backyard, never mind a pickleball court. But it sounds like, I could be wrong, it sounds like what you're describing is the type of noise, not necessarily like exceeding the way we measure noise during the daytime? Or are you saying it also exceeds our noise requirements?
It's both. It's the type of noise, which is a high-intensity, short-duration noise. So it has to be measured in a fast way. But it also, that noise exceeds the town's recommendation for noise above ambient noise. So it's both of those items.
Okay, so it is falling under our noise ordinance?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely. The Los Gatos noise zone map, which has like 3 pages, it's within that, it exceeds those ambient noise recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, thank you. And to follow up on Vice Mayor Risto's question, the first request seemed to be to update the noise ordinance, focusing on the methodology used for measurement. And your answer was 2 things. One was the high intensity, short duration noise. The second, was that just exceeding the current noise level? So that would be more of an enforcement issue rather than an update? I'm just trying to understand what update you'd like to see to the
So
to the
we
ordinance.
would like to see that the measurement criteria is for the type of noise generated by pickleball. And there's a way to measure that. It's called LAF max, which is it's audible A fast measurement maximum. Okay, and there's a way to look that up, and it has to do with pickleball. When it hits, has this really intense spike and then dissipates. So you have to measure that intense spike. Okay, so that's one element. That's what we should measure. The other element is that noise exceeds the noise levels that are established by the town today.
Okay, I got it.
So
I
if
got
someone
it,
in
yeah.
your neighborhood put a pickleball court in, you're going to hear your noise nuisance above the recommended.
And then the
levels.
second thing you're asking for is to suspend permits for construction of pickleball courts on private property?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
All right.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to Karen Yamamoto. And following Karen will be Nigel Chandler.
Hi, good evening, Town Council. Just that. On Monday morning, I attended a democracy tent meeting, and the speaker, a lovely lady, was Sarah Murphy. And she talked about the public restroom. And it's a portable restroom. And apparently, it's not always as clean as our visitors, our lovely visitors to Los Gatos like. So they've been going into the restaurants, retail, to go use the facility. She's striving to get Los Gatos to actually put in a permanent outdoor facility that's self-cleaning. Many of the towns around us have already done it. So she said Saratoga, Campbell, Capitola, and a couple of others that she had mentioned. She also brought it to our attention that we spend $44,000 a year cleaning that little portable potty every year. And for the price of $100,000, we could have a permanent facility open to not only our visitors, but also to our homeless after hours when all the restaurants and all of the retail are actually closed. And our visitor center is closed. And apparently our visitor center of Los Gatos is closed on the weekends, which I find very weird because that's when our visitors actually are here. So you would think that our visitor center would be open for them to use, but that's a different story. I'm asking for you to reach out and talk to her. She's been trying to communicate with a bunch of you, and she would like to speak to you on this issue. For one, it's going to be good for our visitors, our homeless, and our retail and our restaurants would highly appreciate it. I think it's a good idea, and I think it's well worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Hudas?
Yeah, thank you. Are you aware that the council considered this about 2 to 3 years ago and voted in favor of pursuing a public restroom, and that the consideration of it would be part of our capital improvement project budget consideration process?
Yeah, and yet nothing's happened on that. So I'm kind of bringing it up again to see where we are at it, what we can do to help that, facilitate that, and to get the public on board with it, and maybe the retail, because there was a time during COVID where funding for our retail was given so they could actually, so other people could use their restroom.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor Stowe.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Murphy has been in contact with the council, and I think I can probably go back to our Parks and Public Works Director, but this has been on our capital improvement budget, and we need to come up with the money to install it. And I will say that when I was mayor in 2023, knowing that we didn't have the money to build it, I insisted that we at least have a porta potty. I had no idea it would last this long, but I know it's cleaned regularly. I've used it. I know not everyone likes a porta potty, but this is an ongoing discussion, and in fact, we're working on the location. But thank you. We've heard it, we know it, and we're working on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Nigel Chandler, who will be followed by Sue Ann Lorig.
Hello, Council. My name is Nigel Chandler. Today I'm here to speak in my personal capacity and not as a Complete Streets and Transportation Commissioner. I wanted to say that I have noticed the town begin to take little steps to address the current crisis with ICE and immigration enforcement. For one, an updated link on the town's Becoming an Inclusive Community page was updated. Now there's a link to the Santa Clara County's Know Your Rights information sheet, which I think is a step in the right direction. However, I would like to say we all know that a simple link is not enough. Apparently, we are willing to publish links to county info. My question would be, are we not willing to take the same stances as the county on this issue? They passed ordinances so that ICE is not permitted to operate on county property, and I think that the town should stand by its commitment to become an inclusive community, as per that webpage, and take meaningful action. I think that we need to catch up with the rest of the Bay Area. I have heard that the DEI Commission has been actively working on this issue over the past couple of months and has now come up with a draft resolution that the council can pass that gives us a good start on these issues. I hope that the council has seen it and that they will act on it soon. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Sue Ann, who will be followed by Jeff Suzuki.
Hi, I'm Sue Ann Lorig, and I'm a resident of Los Gatos. Thank you, Council. And I echo what Nigel just said, and I would like to talk to the need and why we are concerned about ICE. And we know that other communities and cities across the United States have faced issues with ICE coming in. They have, and it's also happened in San Jose and San Francisco, Los Angeles. And they come in, and it's not taking just criminals. They just sweep. Oh, that person looks like a dark-skinned person. Let's arrest them. They go to immigration hearings where people have shown up legally, following the law, and are arrested when they're leaving the meeting. The hearing. They were there legally. They're doing following the steps. They have not done anything wrong. They are arrested. They're not read their rights. People are deported to horrid, horrid places where they don't have decent food. The water has things in it, swimming in it. Their children are taken. They're not given medical care. This is documented. The majority of the people that have been arrested have no criminal convictions. As of April 2026, roughly 29.2%, about 17,500 of the 60,311 people held in ICE detention have criminal convictions, meaning over 70% have no criminal record. The arrest types, a small percentage of the total arrests involve violent crimes, with, for instance, only 0.5% involving homicide, 1.4% sexual assault, and 0.7% robbery in early 2026 data. So we're not talking about preventing crime. We're talking with ICE. We want to prevent crime by not having our town cooperate with ICE. We want the constitutional rights of the people in this town to be observed and everyone respected. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Jeff Suzuki, who will be followed by Nova.
Good evening, council members. First, I'd like to disclose that I am not speaking as a complete Streets and Transportation Commissioner, but as a private resident and the president of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. As the other speakers have so eloquently said, I mean, we're in a pretty questionable situation. We have federal immigration agencies effectively able to kill people with impunity without really any sort of meaningful accountability. Like, the agents haven't really been tried. Maybe they've been put on leave, but we haven't really seen really anything. And the question is, do we really want to provide an open door to allow these agencies to operate in our own town? Do we sincerely believe that it would make our town safer? I think that what the DEI Commission has put forward over a month ago is quite promising. And for everybody here, I'd like to read some of its texts and what exactly it is proposing. The title of the local law that is being proposed is titled Reaffirming the Town of Los Gatos' Commitment to Diverse, Supportive, and Inclusive Community and to Protecting the Rights of its Residents, Workers, and Visitors, regardless of immigration status. And it starts with, whereas the town of Los Gatos is home to a vibrant community that includes different races, ethnicities, nationalities, religions, languages, and other personal identities. And whereas the town of Los Gatos is committed to creating a sense of belonging for its residents, workers, and visitors, it proposes the following. It proposes that no town-owned or town-controlled property or resource shall be used as staging areas or operational bases for federal civil immigration enforcement activities. No town department, agency, officer, or employee shall give consent for federal officers to use town-owned or town-controlled property. It also proposes that we actively work with county resources like the Rapid Response Network to ensure that our residents are safe, residents, visitors, workers are safe. I think that this is, at the very least, worth a discussion. Why did this council vote to establish a DEI commission when why did we vote to establish a DEI commission? We established this advisory committee so that it could give advice. And I think that this policy is, at the very least, worth your time and our time. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Nova. We'll be followed by Siona.
Hi, nice to see you all again. My name's Nova Geraj. I'm a high schooler at Los Gatos High School. I just want to clarify, I'm not speaking here as a youth commissioner, but rather a resident of Los Gatos. So I'm here to urge you to adopt the DEI resolution and basically keep ICE off of our public land. And I kind of wanted to talk a bit about why that's something I'm pretty passionate about. So I organized the walkout at Los Gatos High School, which had close to 400 participants, which I think adequately represents the kind of future the youth want to work towards, like one without ICE. And sort of the reason why I organized that kind of started with the question about what do I want my town to look like when I grow up, when I have kids, etc. And when I thought about what ICE was doing, like detaining, attacking, killing U.S. citizens and non-citizens alike, often masked without identification. And I had seen a lot of horror stories of basically what was going on in these detention centers. One that really resonated with me was a detention center containing like over 400 children. And there was a measles outbreak, and I just learned about just how deathly measles can be if you're not vaccinated against it. And many of these kids did not have the opportunity for vaccination. And knowing that their lives would get cut off pretty soon because of the cruelty of what ICE was doing was something that really resonated with me and really urged me to take action and ultimately be here today. To be honest, I'm also scared. I think I don't necessarily look like what the average American looks like, what the American that a lot of these ICE agents support. So in a sense, I'm scared for myself, but I'm also lucky to be a U.S. citizen and have documentation, although I am aware a lot of people have been detained whether or not they had their papers with them. So not the most comforting thing, to say the least. And I also truly believe that having ICE here doesn't make Los Gatos safer at all. I think the only thing it does is invoke fear and make a statement about who we want to belong in our communities and who we don't, based on their race or income rather than actually the town that we want Los Gatos to be. I think when I come to these meetings, I often hear you guys talking, you guys being the council members, talking about making Los Gatos an inclusive community, a community where everyone belongs. And I think adopting this resolution ultimately just continues working towards this goal. I think we should truly consider keeping ICE off of our public land. I think if I was at a park and I saw like a family detained or kids detained, like I think that would absolutely ruin me, and I don't think I want to wait to see that. I think we should focus on prevention instead of having this horror come first and then dealing with it then. Thank you.
Thank you. Now go to Siona, who will be followed by Nancy Pearson.
Good evening, council members. I also want to speak on keeping ICE out of Los Gatos, and speaking from more of a personal standpoint, we moved to Los Gatos about 3 years ago, and since then, one of my favorite things about living in this town is how safe it is. I'm often at school until late hours, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., sometimes even, and I don't have a license yet, so I bike home, and never have I felt in danger, unsafe going home. And that's something I really appreciate. Never have I felt unsafe going to downtown, taking my little cousins, my middle school little sister there. And I'm afraid if ICE starts populating our town, that feeling is going to go away. I've read horrible stories about innocent citizens going about their day and getting abducted. I learned from friends at a summer camp who live in different parts of California the fear that they feel every day at school. They're scared to go to their local 7-Eleven because ICE likes to hang out in front of there. I was born in Minnesota. I have childhood friends there who live close to where a lot of violence has happened with ICE. And I reached out to my friend and I said, hey, how have you been coping with what's going on? And she said, our town has totally changed. There's just this vibe of fear the whole time. No one is comfortable. Everyone is constantly tense. And I don't want that for Los Gatos. I never want to second guess hanging out in downtown with my friends, taking my family there, going out in the evening. And I truly believe that a community where people are scared to exist isn't a community at all. And I hope as council members and leaders, you will speak up to protect our town and keep the welcoming and safe environment that we currently have and that I love so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to Peter Locastro. Oh, I'm sorry. Nancy. Nancy Pearson and then Peter. I skipped you, Nancy, and my apologies.
Good evening, everyone. Good to see everyone. Thank you for having me, or everyone. My name is Nancy Pearson, and I'm with the Los Gatos Kiwanis Club. Push this a little bit. And for those of you that may not know, Kiwanis International's motto is serving the children of the world. So I'm here tonight to talk about a little different type of inclusivity. I'm here today mostly because we thought now might be a great time to kind of put out our ongoing desire, Kiwanis' ongoing desire to add an all-inclusive element to the playground at Oak Meadow Park. With all of the chatter about the plane and the fire engine and all that good stuff and things happening at Oak Meadow, we thought this might be a good opportunity to kind of let you know or remind you that we have been talking about this for quite some time, but the pandemic and other things kind of just made it flat. But we would really like to commit to doing something. To put it in a little bit of perspective, at the end of next week on May 1st is our Kiwanis Special Games, where we will have over 1,000 special needs and physically challenged students from all over Silicon Valley competing in games for a day of fun and camaraderie and recognition. And they wait for that all year. And you're all welcome to attend, by the way, and some of you have. I mention this because there is such a need in our community for something positive for these kids. And a lot of us don't realize really how big that need is. But it also is a need for their parents and their grandparents and their great-grandparents and their caregivers. When you think of an all-inclusive element, I'm not talking about a whole big new park, just an element, so a couple of playground items, and the flooring has to change, right, in that section. Well, that impacts everyone. I mean, mobility issues, I know I have a mobility issue. You probably saw me walking up here. Anyway, and it's multi-generational is what I'm trying to get out. Ooh, I'm talking too much. Lastly, adding this playground would make Los Gatos even more of a destination than it already is. Oak Meadow's great, but you add in that all-inclusive part to Billy Jones Railroad, having a train specifically for physically challenged individuals. I think it would be a win-win for everyone. To end, I'd like to read a message that was sent to me when we first started talking about this. This was through Nextdoor. I love what you are working towards. We have a typical child and a special needs child. It breaks our heart that we have to keep our special needs child at home whenever we need to take our typical child to Oak Meadow for a play date or event. So the need is there, the desire, we just need to know that there will be a positive outcome from you guys.
Thank you very much. Question from Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this up again. The specific ask, is that for modification to Oak Meadow Park?
Well, the Kiwanis Club would like to raise $100,000 to $200,000 to donate for a modification to Oak Meadow Park. Yes, playground.
Okay, great. And thank you for coming forward with this, and hope you'll update us as this progresses as well.
We would just really like to have some kind of green light, I guess.
Yes, right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Peter, you're up.
First of all, I'm a former member of Los Gatos High School, and many, many years ago, I used to go to the Los Gatos Wildcat Club, which used to be right out over here. What a great thing! I hope we have the funds to facilitate the development of that project, but that's very questionable. I was told that I should come here and speak on specifics about the generalities about the major bills that we're going to have in this area. Kind of hush hush, okay? You know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, well anyway, so what I'm going to do is I am going to speak in generalities, even though I had intended to come here and give some gripe a little bit, okay?
I'll just pause really quick. You're speaking during...
I'm sorry.
I'll just pause really quickly. You're speaking during the part where you can speak in generalities or specifics. So you can speak to your heart's content as long as it's about something the town can do.
Okay, well, then here I go. I'm on the timer.
Yep.
The information I'm about to discuss is old news for the town council. It has been struggling with new state mandates involving housing projects in California, similar to the one at 15300 Los Gatos Boulevard. I live 3 blocks east of this potential project, okay? So as far as my house is concerned, I'm very concerned about property values and all the other, the privacy issues and all that stuff. I'll leave it there. Okay, this is the key issue that I'm coming here to let everybody know about. In 2026, January 2026, a Santa Clara County judge ruled that height requirements can no longer be used as a means of blocking certain building permits. This opens the door, and you well know it, for all of these projects which are, and I have some here, one of them is 100 feet tall, another one's 116 feet tall, another one is 171 feet tall, and then the tiny one is 92 feet tall. Think about it. The one that's 171 feet tall is higher than the stanchion power poles. From Los Gatos, from the Highway 17, as you go by, that's all you'll see when you come to Los Gatos. Somebody say, "Oh, how do you know when I'm in Los Gatos?" Go look over there. There's a high rise that's 171 feet tall, probably with maybe 155 units or so in it. Okay, I'm going to run out of time, so I got to keep going. In my humble opinion, these changes, all these projects, these changes will not be good for Los Gatos. This will become a 24-hour-a-day city. Here we come. That's going to come up. Okay. The unknown mystery will be all of the infrastructure problems that will be created by so much new construction, and who will pay for it? It won't be the developers, I tell you right there.
Thank you.
Can I go in conclusion?
No, your time is up. Thank you.
I'm done?
Yeah, thank you very much for your
I'm
comment.
going to tell you about what my Uncle Harry thought of this project.
Thank you. You can always email your comments into the town council as well. Thank you. We will now go to Jonathan Hartnett.
Hello, good evening, Council. Just 2 quick announcements. For one, I'm a resident of Los Gatos, small business owner, and was really happy to see the mayor came to the LGCS Magic softball. We had an opening day a few weeks ago, and so being a volunteer coach in that league, it's been an amazing experience for my daughter the last few years. She goes to Fisher. She's a pitcher in that division there, and hope to see it expand more. There's some plans at Fisher to be able to put in a couple more fields. We're hoping that to happen there. And just other announcement I want to say is I've been here since 2015, and my small business is brewing. I'm really excited about it. It's Cat's Tree Service and Fire Prevention, LLC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and our last verbal card is from Tim E.
Hi guys again. 10-day rule. I talked to Wendy about that, but you got to give everybody a 10-day rule, especially with big ticket items. What's coming up with all these high rises and stuff like that is everybody in town should be given advanced warning because, you're posting a lot of this on Thursday evening, the agenda items on Thursday evening at like 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. So it gives us just the weekend to look at what the agenda is, try to read through all the material, which is you just skim through it, and that's what I've been doing mostly. But like a Loma Street issue that you brought up, I brought that up at the Finance Commission meeting, and I talked to Matthew on it. Please reconsider that. That should be a thing. ICE agents, the agenda, kids are now speaking out. Everybody's been speaking out about it. Put it on the agenda. What part of that can't you guys understand? The town, a lot of people in the town want this on an agenda. At least you can put it out there, get people talking, and then figure out what you're to do. DEI, Art Commission, senior citizens are all planning a 4th of July event. You guys aren't really, you're giving really little support verbally for the town council. You get some, but it's just like blah, blah, blah. Toilet cost, the $44,000, I'd like to investigate that, but if you're wasting money, you're wasting money. And that would be something that needs to be investigated. Financial Commission, I was there, everybody on the Financial Commission said 6.8% of you're paying interest on, and you're 2%. You're being, that's the malpractice. I put in that little thing. You're practicing malpractice. Just take the 3.9 million and pay it off. Everybody, all the finance people are telling you this. Water bills, and that's on the 3.9 million thing. Water bills, I've been saying, this is Santa Clara. I just got this out, $60 for a charge for 6 HCFs. I grew up in Santa Clara. They have their own things. You have to start looking out for the town. We're getting overcharges double the amount that we're paying. I know Valley Water. I know 2 of you were on Valley Water, and they're looking for CFO. So those types of things, I'll probably go there and do my thing too. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any speakers on Zoom for verbal communications?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we will move to our public hearing this evening, which is item 9, titled Following a Court Order, Hear the Appeals Submitted by Applicants for 1, the Lux, and 2 ARIA projects regarding Government Code Section 65941.1. These are the 2 Los Gatos Boulevard development proposals. And I will turn it over to the town attorney to kick us off.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Gabrielle Whelan, town attorney, and I'll be presenting this item tonight. The topic is to hear 2 appeals that were submitted regarding the statutory interpretation of Government Code Section 65941.1. Next slide, please. I wanted to reiterate that this is not a hearing on the merits of either project. It's strictly a procedural item to hear the 2 appeals, and it relates to the applicants for the Lux and ARIA projects on Los Gatos Boulevard. Next slide, please. The issue turns on the language of Government Code Section 65941.1, which authorizes housing project applicants to submit what's called a Senate Bill 330 preliminary application. And when an applicant has submitted an SB 330 preliminary application, that application is vested to the town regulations that were in effect at the time that the application was submitted. And the reason this is important is that the town has several SB 330 preliminary applications that were submitted prior to the time that the state certified the town's housing element. And so those projects have vested to the town status of not having a certified housing element. Next slide, please. Subsection E1 of the statute requires an applicant to submit a complete application within 180 calendar days of submitting the preliminary application. Next slide, please. And subsection E2 further provides if once the agency reviews that formal application and determines that it's not complete, the town is to notify the applicant, and then the applicant needs to complete the application within 90 days. The statute provides that if the proponent does not submit this information within the 90-day period, then the preliminary application shall expire and have no further force and effect. And if a preliminary application expires, the vesting is lost. The statute can be read to provide for a single 90-day period following the initial 180-day period. And in fact, that's how staff reads the statute. Next slide, please. However, the statute can also be read to say that there are successive 90-day periods. And so the town recognized that there were differing opinions on how the statute should be read, and therefore the town took the proactive step of seeking a judicial determination on this issue to clarify the meaning of the statute. Next slide, please. And then before the town had the judicial determination, the applicants for the ARIA and Lux projects appealed a staff statement regarding the effect of not having submitted a complete application within 270 days, which would be 180 days plus 90 days of the date of submittal of the preliminary application. Next slide. Subsequent to receiving those appeals, I contacted counsel for the applicants to let them know that the town would hear the appeals after it had obtained a judicial determination on this issue. And that in the meantime, town staff would continue to process both planning applications. And in January of this year, the town did receive a judicial determination from the Santa Clara County Superior Court. And the court ruled that Section 65941.1 provides for unlimited 90-day periods in which to render planning applications complete and retain the project vesting. Next slide, please. So based on that judicial determination, staff scheduled this appeal hearing to be heard by the town council. We had originally planned to have it heard on April 7th. However, counsel for the applicants was not available on that date. And so for that reason, we've moved it to this evening, which is April 21st. Next slide, please. And so I have resolutions for the town council's consideration that would act in accordance with the judicial determination. And in the meantime, I did want to provide a brief update on where the town is with the processing of the two projects at issue. With regard to the Lux project, the town CEQA consultant is preparing an initial study. And for completion of that initial study, the consultant is waiting for applicants' resubmission of a traffic report based on peer review comments. In addition, the applicant has been asked to provide items requested by the town's visual simulation consultant. And next slide, please. With regard to ARIA, the town CEQA consultant is preparing an environmental impact report. The applicant's team did notify staff that modifications to the project are forthcoming, and staff is expecting a resubmittal. And in the meantime, the town's traffic consultant is reviewing the applicant's April 6th response to peer review comments on the traffic. Next slide, please. So in accordance with the Superior Court's order, it is my recommendation that the town council grant the appeals that were submitted by the applicants for the Lux and ARIA projects. And we will continue to process both planning applications. We did receive public comment noting that there was a typographical error in the second resolution. Both resolutions refer to the Lux project, and the second resolution should refer to the ARIA project. And so there is an addendum to the town council staff report with a correction to the ARIA resolution. Next slide, please. and I'm available for any questions from the council.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. Town Attorney, you've been referring to the Lux and Aria projects. Those are marketing names of the developer, correct?
That's correct.
Could you refer to those projects by how the town understands them?
Do you mean by the address? Yes.
Their address or their current use, something that people would recognize?
Certainly. So the Lux project is located at 14849 Los Gatos Boulevard. And the Aria project is located at 15300 and 15330 Los Gatos Boulevard.
And what's the current use of those?
The Aria project is currently an Ace Hardware store, and I believe that the Lux project is currently vacant, but I'll defer to the CDD director.
Thank you for the question. So the 14849 Los Gatos Boulevard, I believe actually has a single family home on it currently.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I frankly don't understand why we're referring to these things by the marketing names of the developer. Thanks.
Okay, are there other questions from the council? Okay, seeing none at this time, we will begin the public hearing with the applicant, who will have 5 minutes to present to council, and then after that, we will open up public comment. Go ahead.
Hi, how are you? Travis Brooks, Land Use Counsel for both applicants appealing, whose appeals are being heard here. And Gabrielle, I want to thank you for accommodating my child's spring break and moving the hearing to tonight. So I really appreciate that, and I appreciate your presentation. As Gabrielle noted, Judge Williams' order, I will note that Judge Williams' January 29th order reiterated what the Department of Housing and Community Development, the state agency, the State Attorney General's office, and the other courts that have considered this legal issue have all consistently repeated, and that is that upon the filing of an SB 330 preliminary application, a qualifying housing development project that provides qualifying levels of affordable housing retains their vested rights through multiple resubmittals during the formal application completeness process. This vesting under SB 330 remains intact so long as resubmittals are made within 90 days of each notice of incompleteness, as the applicants diligently did here. Both applications that are the subject of this hearing or these hearings were deemed complete over a year ago. The court's January order should definitively resolve the legal questions that were originally addressed in our appeals and that we tried to address. And in attending these hearings or this hearing, we are in no way waiving any of our rights in pending litigation with the town, including any and all of our claims under state housing law. In my opinion, it would have been better for this appeal to be heard a year ago when we first filed the appeal. Actually, it was over a year ago. But that path was circumvented with the town's filing of a declaratory relief action. So anyway, just to conclude, and I'll be brief again because the last thing you want to hear is the lawyer drone on. We continue to assert that the town violated state housing law when it communicated to the applicants the town's belief that our clients lost their vested rights, as that position was in clear contravention of the dictates and mandates of state housing law. So thank you. And I'm here if you have questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. Per the town attorney's introduction, sir,
I think we have a question for you.
Per the town attorney's introduction, I understand that there's forthcoming modifications, and I hear our residents very clearly pleading for height reductions. Can you give us a hint on what might be forthcoming with a modification that might respond to our community?
I'm going to have to defer to the architect and the applicant himself. Unfortunately, I'm the lawyer that deals with the boring legal issues. So I will convey your question to the applicant and the architect. The architect's actually out of the country right now, and we'd be happy to provide correspondence at a later time.
Thank you.
One more from Vice Maristo.
Thank you. So my understanding is that while we were waiting for, judicial interpretation of this, that our staff continued to process the applications. So I just want to clarify, because while we didn't hold the appeal a year ago, in the intervening time, your projects were not held up by our staff, correct?
It is correct that the town continued to process the applications. The town's position and statements that it believed that we had lost our vested rights contravened what we believe is the clear language in the statute, 65941.1E, and also in contravention with repeated guidance from HCD, including a notice of violation to the town that was issued months before we received that statement. While the town did continue processing our applications, the uncertainty that arose based on that position forced our client to incur hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees. And to me, to us, that's problematic, because we believe state law is pretty clear on that point.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think we owed it to our public to get judicial clarity on this matter.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will now open up public comment. We will begin with Dan Brown, who will be followed by Karen Yamamoto.
Good evening. It's been over a year since I last stood at this podium, so let me reintroduce myself. My name is Dan Brown, and I live on Carlton Avenue. My home is approximately 85 yards from the ARIA Builders Remedy project. That's the Ace Hardware on Los Gatos Boulevard. Regarding item 9 on tonight's agenda, I understand the ARIA project will continue to move forward following clarification from the Superior Court on the vesting period. While I wasn't able to attend last month's study session on objective standards, I did watch the recording afterwards, and I was disappointed to learn that the standards being developed will not apply to the current Builders Remedy projects. Looking at the ARIA visual renderings posted on the town website, if this project is built as currently submitted, when I walk out of my front door, I will be facing a 9-story wall at the end of my street, less than the length of a football field away. In view 2 of the renderings, you can actually see my garage. Even with the incremental changes made since the project was first submitted, the building still presents as a large monolithic structure, more like a warehouse than a residential building. In view 5, it shows what's arguably the most thoughtful architectural treatment, with something resembling a forecourt. Unfortunately, that view will only ever be seen from the Rotten Robbie gas station across the street, not by the surrounding neighborhood. I have to ask, how can a structure of this size be built directly up to the edge of the sidewalk? And has sufficient consideration been given to the proximity of the building to existing power lines? Another serious concern is traffic. The parking garage exit appears to feed directly into Carlton Avenue, which is a small residential street. I assume most morning traffic would be headed towards Los Gatos Boulevard via Gateway, and it's difficult to imagine how that will not create significant backups and safety concerns for residents. You can call me an NIMBY if you like, but since this project is effectively in my front yard, you may need a new acronym. I don't believe residents should feel guilty for speaking up when a project so dramatically impacts their immediate surroundings. Wanting housing solutions does not require accepting a building that is fundamentally out of scale with its context. I want to acknowledge the work this council has already done to mitigate the size and mass of several SB 330 projects around town. Projects that were initially submitted as oversized structures are now being reconsidered and refined to better fit the character of Los Gatos. I am asking and hoping that the ARIA development can follow a similar path. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Please, we cannot clap or react to comments, but I appreciate the sentiment. We'll go to Karen Yamamoto, who will be followed by Carlene Schomburg.
Okay. Hi, good evening. Just to let you know, the Lexi is located northern part of the North 40 is the northernmost part of the North 40, and this is the building. It is huge. The other one is where the Ace Hardware is. Since the Supreme Court has ruled in favor of the applicant and the proposals will continue, I personally would like the town to appeal the ruling and to bring it to the Supreme Court. With that said, there must be a limit to a proposed project like this. If we don't have a limitation on these proposals, it's just going to keep going. It's never going to end. This proposal will continue to be an ongoing proposal for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. There's got to be a limit. There's got to be a deadline. It's just not realistic. As far as fighting the builds, if we have to, I don't care about the Luxie or that great big one that's northern to the North 40 for several reasons, but I'm not focused on that. I want you guys to fight where the Ace Hardware is. First off, there are 3 very good reasons that I have submitted over and over and over and over again to you guys. This has to do with safety. It has nothing to do with wanting affordable homes or anything else. This is about safety. First off, this particular project is on a lithification zoned area. Second, it's within a 50-foot, possibly within a 50-foot fault line, secondary fault line, which an '89 earthquake will make it a threat to our safety. The third one is this particular build is right next to a gas station in an earthquake, in an emergency, and it is on our emergency evacuation route. This is a safety concern. Out of all the builds, this one needs to be fought because it is disastrous to us. As far as the Luxie, one more comment on that one. Let them build it. They're going to have one heck of a problem when it's a flood zone. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to, please, we do not react to comments for fairness for all speakers. We will go to Carlene, then Tom Johnson.
You can hear me okay? I'm glad some of the crowd left because I haven't spoken before a group since I taught 8th grade. I live basically behind Newtown Shopping Center. And we already have traffic cutting through our neighborhood from Lark to avoid the traffic on Los Gatos Boulevard. And I went down the street the other day and I tried to get a couple pictures. When our street homes were built, we were in the county, so there are no sidewalks. And then when you put parked cars on both sides of the street, it becomes a very narrow street, and we have many residents with walkers and wheelchairs, and small children and dogs. And we have all this traffic now that comes down the street. I can't even imagine what all of this building is going to do to the safety of our street. And I dearly love Los Gatos. I'm a 4th-generation Los Gatan. My grandmother's uncle built the Los Gatos Soda Works, so I've been entrenched here a long time. And it's starting to look like a big city. And it's starting to not feel safe. With the opening of the Whole Foods on the corner, people were already parking on our street because the parking lot is inadequate. And we have several condominium projects that are coming up along the boulevard as well. So I'm just very uncomfortable with the volume of people and the traffic safety that we're looking at. I don't even know how much more I can express how scared I am to have this massive structure add all that extra traffic along with the North 40. So I'd like to be able to still get into town. about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We will go to Tom Johnson. I understand that you feel strongly about the issue, Tom, please hold on. If you continue clapping, we will have to ask you to leave the meeting. It's very important that all perspectives in the town feel welcome to share their beliefs, and we do not accept reactions of any kind. If you want to show agreement or disagreement, you can. If you want to agree with someone, you can raise your hands or stand up, but please don't make auditory comments like clapping. Thank you. Tom, please.
Thank you. I'm what's left of Tom Johnson, and I live 2 blocks behind Ace Hardware. The prospect of a building, 11-story or whatever it's going to be on that site, looking down into my backyard, means that the value of my home will be reduced. My home is I paid 60 years ago $35,000 for this home. I rented it for a number of years because we used to live up on Stacia Street on half an acre. But it's worth now $2,200,000, and whatever value, and I'm in the process of having it revalued now. And I will have it revalued with the idea that there'll be an 11-story structure, 12 city blocks to the mile, 2 city blocks away from me, and come up with a reduced value. And that reduced value is going to be the process of a lawsuit against the town for taking that money away from my 2 children. I'll be 88, 89 next year, so I'm on my way out. I gave up cigarettes at 19 and alcohol at 33, so that's why I'm as old as I am. But it's a dangerous thing that we're doing in terms of sticking these huge towers right in the backyard of residential estates. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. We will now move to Lee Quintana.
Good evening. I should say I'm speaking as a private citizen, not as a member of the Historic Preservation Committee. I'm also not going to comment on the projects themselves. I'm here to support the letter that was submitted by Jim Lyon and ask the town and emphasize the need that this goes to an appellate court judge where there's a new de novo hearing to determine, in fact, whether there are limitless 90-day extensions or there is just the one 90-day extension. I'm not a lawyer, but I read both the judges, superior judges' comments and the submittal by the town's attorney, and I honestly do not understand how the interpretation of the court could be made. And I really do think that not just for Los Gatos, but for all towns and cities that are dealing with the same thing, either Los Gatos should continue this and appeal it to an appellate judge, or get the cooperation of all other towns and cities that are in the same situation to join a joint effort to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Gus who will be followed by Amy Despars.
Hello? Okay. I have my dad was an engineer, bridge and civil engineer in roads and stuff like that. And the town already it wasn't designed for big giant buildings. The roads are all small. I mean, there's too many small things. And I've already gave you notice on what people have said and saying that that you're not even given the 10-day rules and that you're not providing them the people that are the closest. You should be mailing out things saying, hey, there's a meeting on this. If you're within this, they should this block or 5-block radius. This is a big project. The height alone is concerning for a small town, and people already said that. I'm for building, but reasonable. I have a more developer, as general contractor. I was in the developer. I married into a developer family, so but they kept it reasonable. My thing is like what everybody else is saying, the state has to get involved and do a study of if ambulances can go to the hospital right down the street, especially during the beach traffic. If they can't do that, you guys get sued, the state gets sued. This shouldn't even be appealed. This should be don't even get in. I don't even get involved with the state judges. The state judges are, like Mickey Mouse. You go up to the federal, take it to the federal courts and put it and say the town wants, and we'll put it on a ballot instead of having the state run this. They caused the problem by allowing this stuff. That's their fault, not the residents' fault. And some of these people that are, hey, we can build this whatever height that we want, and we can make billions on it, and then give you guys the problems. You're negligent in just not sticking up for the town people. So if you don't stop this charade of okay, you know what I'm saying. I'm not a public speaker, but this guy, I don't know enough about all this. I just know it's too high, and the safety for the roads are. If anybody does study on it, it wouldn't pass. Anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Amy, who will be followed by Susan Burnett.
Hi, my name's Amy Despars. It's been a while since I've been here. I just first want to thank the council members for taking the time, and yes, did it cost the owners of the Aria and the Lux, I don't even know how to refer to them, hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it is also hundreds of thousands of dollars of townspeople who are worried about safety, housing values, our schools, everything. So I appreciate you taking that time to learn more and understand this process. But I'm here to ask for more. I'm here to ask for more from each one of you here, our town manager, our town attorney. I'm asking you to work with these people, Travis Brooks, whoever he's working for, whatever their names are, work with them. Consult with Karen Yamamoto and Rich Stevens, who did an amazing, amazing job saving Newtown from being a huge entire high-rise. They worked with the developer, and lucky for us, yes, Case Swenson is from here, and he does have morals and values and loves this town. We've got to get to these developers the same way that Rich and Karen were able to work with Case Swenson, and I'm here to ask you for that. It's a bigger developer. It's going to be harder for our residents to fight this alone, and we really need your help and your support. So anything you can give us, whether it's correspondence, information, anything, we're going to need that. On another note, I'm also asking that you really look at the design. Whole Foods is beautiful. Whole Foods design, parking lot is poor. Sadly, it is unsafe. I've had so many people texting me, calling me, asking me what happened here. And you really need to look at what this parking structure is going to look at, cars pulling out onto Carlton Avenue. I love seeing everybody walking to Whole Foods, but where people are crossing the streets, and you can't control that. Where people are crossing the streets, how people are pulling out illegally, it is dangerous. We are right next to a park. We are right in a neighborhood. I'm really asking that you look at this. I'm asking that you work with Travis Brooks and his people and that they figure out safety and also to respect our community. He's sitting right here, and I'm begging him over this microphone to please work with our town and work with these amazing people standing in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker card I have is from Susan Burnett.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Town Council members, our Town Attorney, our Town Manager, and staff. Thank you for letting me...
Susan, can you make sure you're speaking into the mic?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You for letting me speak to you tonight. My name's Susan Burnett. I am on the Planning Commission, and I am on the Historic Preservation Committee, but I am not representing them. I'm representing myself and my own interests. My comments are on item 9, and they center around the attachment number 10 that you received from Mr. James Lyons, who used to be a really great planning commissioner, and I hope he comes back at some point because he was very popular and very good. So hopefully the town council did read that letter thoroughly and will take the actions recommended by Mr. Lyons to adopt tonight's resolution under formal protest with rights reserved. The formal protest would not delay the projects moving forward. And as he states in his letter, these steps together would represent the most effective strategy available to the town, complying where it must, contesting where it can, and protecting the community's planning interests at every stage. And from my point of view, this action that you could take tonight could soften the impact to our town brought on by a delayed housing element certification. So I hope you do this with deliberation and thoughtfulness. It would not impact our town really in any way. It would not impact the projects. It would be we would actually be siding along with other cities that would be addressing it in the same way. So thank you for listening to my words tonight, and I hope that I've made an impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan, I have a quick question for you. So I did read the letter from James. My interpretation of it might be a little bit different, but my question is, my understanding of if we pursue that strategy is that we're going to end up in a higher court, which would cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I wanted to just see, do you have a ballpark of, and I think this is an earnest question just for folks in the community in general, do you have a ballpark of how much you could tolerate the town spending on legal fees for something like that?
I actually think the way the town has reacted to the many projects that are coming before us, I think if you took a poll of the population of Los Gatos, they would actually side with any kind of legal fees there would be. Because if you're looking at the impact that would be coming to Los Gatos with these, I mean, there's so many of these SB 330s, the builder's remedies, I mean, they're coming down the pike. We're facing a lot of changes in Los Gatos. I've lived in Los Gatos all my life. I love the town. But I think if you put that question to the town people, I think that they would definitely be on the side of do whatever we can. And right now it would not cost anything. We're just filing a protest that we want to go to the next level. This judge, she made that decision, a single judge. It can go to the next level. And all we're doing would be connecting with other cities that are doing the same thing and maybe forming a coalition to maybe help stop some of this tremendous change in our cities and towns.
Okay.
So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, thank you. You did. Okay, our last speaker potentially is Lee Fago.
Good evening. And I'm speaking just as a almost 30-year, well now, just more than 30-year resident of Los Gatos. And I just want to underscore all the very positive suggestions you've heard from community members this evening on this issue. Yes, an appeal to a higher court is going to be necessary. And yes, there's a cost, but consider, as was pointed out by Ms. Barnett, that this would probably be a lower cost than what it's going to impact the town if this thing gets through, these buildings get through, and the requirements for the town to pay for the infrastructure and remedies is going to be significant. The town already has enough sites in our approved housing element to accommodate the 1,993 new units that are required by the state. None of those are in unsafe sites, unlike what these high-rise developments are along the boulevard and such sites as those. The sites that were approved in the housing element are 2 and 4 stories, depending on where the location is in the area. And also, many of these new developments, particularly Oka Road, doesn't have a second way out. And as Santa Clara County Fire has indicated, that if there is an emergency, their equipment is not going to go down Oka Road until people are able to evacuate. Same thing with College Avenue. They've done a study there and determined that because of the one-way in and out, with any emergency up there, they have to wait until people are evacuated first. And this is going to be calamitous in terms of its impact on the town financially, socially, and it has to be prevented. Please appeal to the higher court to provide a judgment to not overrule local control of local housing. For example, the 90-day extensions. That should be one single extension, and once that expires, that's it. It's just logic. Otherwise, with all these continuous extensions, there's no control. And the fault lines that were mentioned by an earlier speaker, the watershed area, to build these high rises on such sites is I don't know. I think my granddaughters could make some better decisions than that. And she's the one is only 8 years old. So propose logic, common sense, and a sense of community. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee, I'll ask you the same question I asked the previous speaker, but with maybe a little bit more flavor. So I think doing that would cost the town hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yes, no question.
And you are aware of the town's current financial struggles, and so doing so would likely lead to service cuts or cuts somewhere, because
Yes.
we are, the town and staff are currently finalized. Actually, I think the finalized budget came out today. An extra $500,000 of legal costs was not in that budget, and so we would have to cut services somewhere. Is that a trade-off that you're comfortable with?
It is, because the counterpoint to that is, if we don't do it, what are the costs going to be to the town in the future to provide the types of services that these developments are going to require, that they are going to require, but are not going to be paying for because of the goofy legislation out of Sacramento?
Okay, understood. Thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Hudis, then Vice Mayor Risto.
Yeah, thank you. In reading the letter from Mr. Lyon, he has 5 recommendations, one of which relates to an appeal. The others do not.
Mm-hmm.
So to maybe clarify the comments from the mayor, potentially not all of these would even cost as much as the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Have you read the letter, and do you have any opinion on the other 4 recommendations, or the sense of those recommendations in terms of the stance that the town should take on this development?
I'm embarrassed to have to reply that I have not read the letter, and therefore I cannot and should not comment.
No problem. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Figueroa, and I've heard other people make comments. You do understand that this question was first asked of HCD, and they said that the 90 days continue.
Yes.
And then we did ask a court, and they also said it continues. So you do understand the chances of an appeal succeeding do not look great. And there are multiple other cities who have asked this question and gotten the same answer and are not pursuing.
I understand that. However, unless there's resistance and unless there's a way of getting those elected officials who put that legislation in place so that they understand they're not correctly or fully representing the electorate, hopefully in the future they'll be able to come up with some amendments to that legislation to not have such goofy laws in place, but things that are more practical, reasonable, and truly serving the communities that they represent.
Right, I understand. I'm just, we're talking about what the potential could be for fees. There can also be us losing and even more costs and more consequences, and getting the buildings on top of all of that.
And what are the consequences if we don't do anything?
We go through a process and find out how this plays out.
Well, I think to that point, one of the comments that was made by an earlier speaker is that, yes, indeed, there have been ways of working with the developers to get them to modify their development so that it's less costly for them.
Right, I heard that part, and we've been successful in some cases.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any hands raised on Zoom?
There's one hand raised on Zoom. Rich Stevenson.
Go ahead, Rich.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for everything that you do. Your work is tireless and it's very much appreciated. I was born in Los Gatos 60 years ago and have lived here most of my life. To see what's happening is very difficult. This delay may have cost the developer, as they mentioned, of the Ace Hardware site money, but keep in mind that this high-rise would cost neighbors possibly many millions of dollars, many hundreds of thousands of dollars in equity for multiple neighbors. So it may sound like the developer has spent a lot of money, but it would be dwarfed in relation to what it would cost neighbors. I hope and ask the developer to work with the town and the neighbors to find a reasonable solution that won't destroy our town or this neighborhood. The building is adjacent to single-story homes, and if you can imagine, as one person spoke earlier, walking out their door and looking up at 9 stories, it would be just horrendous. Please, please work at changing this development to something like 3-story townhomes. I know that they are still tall, but they're a whole lot more attractive and a lot more useful than a 9-story building. I think they'd be a whole lot more acceptable to all in the town, the neighbors, and everyone else. So please, please open communication and find a better solution. High-rises do not fit in Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That concludes public comment. Because this is a public hearing, the applicant has 3 minutes to respond or provide any closing comments if you wish, or you don't need to do so. You're okay? Okay. Are there any questions for the lawyer? No. Okay. Thank you. We'll turn to the town council for any further clarifying questions or a motion. We'll go to Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm speaking softly. Hopefully you can hear me because there's others asleep in the apartment here. Is this an okay level for you?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Just continuing the conversation we just had, I think people need to understand better what our financial liability in this is. What I heard was only another couple $100,000 of our costs, but you need to realize that if we lose, the person on the other side gets to come back and ask for their costs also paid. So that usually more than doubles the cost. This started off as, so this, I'm leading up to a question here. This started off as us saying, whoops, the way we read this, this application has expired. And our advice from our legal counsel was we need to go to court to ask them this. And we thought, I remember as council members thinking, well, this is an innocent, we want some legal clarification. Well, it turned into a lot more of a combatedness with the applicant, and people are asking us to work with the applicant. Well, we're already in kind of a combative posture with the applicant, where they've filed countersuits against us claiming Housing Accountability Act violations, which has a much larger financial implication to us if it were the case. One speaker or more mentioned, well, we should work with our legislators to come up with better laws for this. Well, we just had a new law that was a reaction to these lawsuit questions that have occurred, which is not going in our favor. It's going the other way. My first question is for the town attorney to explain the new law that was just came active on January 1st of 2026 in relation to this question. I read it something as, if you didn't effectively deny a project for this reason, it's a Housing Accountability Act. So could you update us on that new law, meaning the legislators are not going in our direction, they're going further to try to punish us? And then the second question, if you can take two at once, is really, if we get hit with a housing accountability violation, what is the cost of that?
Sure. I'll take the first question first. The new piece of legislation is Government Code Section 65914.2. And it doesn't apply to the lawsuit that the town filed last year, but it could apply to future litigation. And it provides that if a local agency has been advised in writing by either the Attorney General or HCD in advance that its decision would represent a violation of a housing law, and the city or town elects to go forward, is sued and loses, then the court can impose a fine of not less than $50,000 per violation. And so basically it's saying if you don't follow direction that was provided by the Attorney General or HCD, you'll be subject to penalties.
And then the second part was about housing accountability.
Yeah.
My understanding is it's $10,000 per unit.
That's correct. And so then under the Housing Accountability Act, there's a provision that provides if you engage in a violation of the act, then there's a fine of $10,000 per unit. And let's see, what else did I want to say? I wanted to say that the Attorney General has also provided guidance on this 90-day issue. And that came out earlier this year. So it came out after the town had filed its action for declaratory relief, but it did come out earlier this year.
And we have currently still have a lawsuit pending against us related to this. That is a housing accountability claim, correct?
That's correct. After the town filed its action for declaratory relief, the two defendants filed cross complaints against the town, and those cross complaints allege Housing Accountability Act violations. And the premise of those cross complaints is that the town is engaging in unreasonable delay.
And then one follow-up question to your information. So you said the new law doesn't apply to us because we asked the question beforehand. Part of my point in bringing this up was that the legislators are not going in our favor, they're going the other way, but related to us, if we did an appeal, would it then apply to us if we appealed, since an appeal is new, or is an appeal a continuation of the old question?
I would need to research that before providing an answer, but it definitely indicates the legislature's thinking that it wants cities and towns to hew to the opinions of the Attorney General and HCD.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Mayor. And so that my point was just to make us better understand what our financial liability question here really was, and that we do have still cross complaints filed by the applicants. People are asking us to work with the applicants to try to come up with a better project. Well, do you do that when you're fighting in court? I don't think so. So we need to get past the current fight in court so we can get back to working collaboratively with this applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councilmember Hudes, but first I just wanted to, while we're on the topic of cost, can you, so I think, just give us a ballpark of scale. I know we've already spent a certain, several $100,000s on this. If we took this all the way, and we were charged attorney's fees, if we took this all the way, lost, and we're charged attorney's fees, what is the ballpark, orders of magnitude we could be looking at?
Certainly. So to date, we've spent $204,000. But that's not through the end of the litigation because the court still needs to hear the two cross complaints. And then if, in the event of filing an appeal, the cost of the town's counsel would be approximately the same just for filing the appeal. But we do think this is such a heavy issue that an appeal would invite amicus briefs from a number of other interested parties, and so we think the briefing would be more intense. And so I think the legal costs, and this is an estimate at this juncture, but I expect that the cost of an appeal would be probably double what has been spent to date. And then if the court were to find a Housing Accountability Act violation, the town would be responsible for the other parties' attorney fees and possibly penalties.
Okay, so without penalties, because I think we don't know how much those penalties would be, we're going to spend about $250,000 on the part we're already committed to, right, to get through the end of our current litigation. And then to go forward with an appeal, you're saying we would about double that. So, we're looking at $500,000. And then if we lost, we're paying all of that potentially plus more if we are held responsible for the attorney's fees of the other side, which would be something like $1.5 million.
Yes, I expect that the attorney fees for the other side would be equivalent to what the town would spend.
Okay, so that would be about $1.5 million. Okay, thank you. Go to Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. I realize we're having a discussion now, but I wanted to just maybe focus it back on a very specific question. Are there other cases pending that could set precedents for this application? And are any of those at the appellate court level?
So currently, the County of Santa Clara and the City of Cupertino are engaged in the same question in litigation at the Superior Court level. A decision hasn't been rendered in either of those cases yet. And neither I nor the law firm that has been assisting the town, which is Goldfarb and Littman, is aware of any litigation at the appellate level.
If I could just follow up, are there other cases at the Superior Court level in the state? beyond Santa Clara County?
There is a case that was decided involving the city of Los Angeles, and that was decided against the city of Los Angeles's interpretation, which was the same as the town's, and that was at the Superior Court level. And I'm not aware of any other cases at the Superior Court level.
So you're saying that there are no other cases in the state that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
I see. Okay, I had another question, if I may. If one of these cases did proceed to the appellate court and there was a determination that was different than what the Superior Court rendered in our case, what would that do to this situation if we adopted the resolutions tonight?
So that would be looking forward, and so that would definitely affect how the town interprets the statute going forward. I think tonight the town needs to hear the appeals based on the information that the town has in front of it tonight. And so the town would be bound by a decision that it had made tonight.
So basically, even if an appeals court or the Supreme Court supported our initial position on this, we would not be able to assert that position if we had adopted these resolutions as they're written. Is that correct?
That's correct, with regard to these two applicants, because the resolutions are specific to these two applicants.
So is it possible to put something into the resolution that covers that possibility?
It's certainly possible. Outside counsel and I are recommending that the resolutions be adopted as they're proposed, but it would certainly be possible to add language to the resolutions.
Thank you.
Other questions of staff? Yes, Vice Mayor Risto.
I guess, I thought about it a little, but I didn't really think it through. So to Councilmember Hude's point, if something were put in the resolution that indicated that future legal, perhaps overturning of this decision in another arena, if that took effect, would we then retroactively say that this project is not complete? Or, it might never happen, or it might take years before it got to another court if another city went forward. I don't know how we would even be able to use that information unless this project were continuing through multiple 90 days for another year or something.
Yeah, and it's important to remember that both of these applications have been deemed complete, and so they're being processed right now because they're complete. The applicant appealed a statement from town staff, and so I'm recommending that the council hear the appeals this evening now that we have the judicial determination, and that vote be based on the information that the council has in front of it this evening.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. I very much appreciate the letter from Mr. Lyon, and I wondered if we could maybe turn our attention to the 5 recommendations that he made and get staff's opinion about these. And let me just say that the third one, which was to file a notice of appeal, I think we've talked that one through already, so I'm not going to address that one, but I'll ask about the other 4. So the first one is to adopt the resolutions under formal protest with explicit language on the record stating the town's disagreement with the Superior Court's ruling, its reservation of all appellate rights, and an intent to seek review upon entry of final judgment. Do you have any opinion about that recommendation?
My recommendation is that I believe the applicant is looking for certainty, and that is an element of the cross complaints against the town. And so my recommendation would be not to include the appellate information in the resolution. I think it would be fine for the council to make statements that aren't part of the resolution. And then I think those are my thoughts on the first bullet point.
Okay. Is it okay if I move to
Go ahead. Yeah, go through them.
So the next one is to oppose approval on the merits throughout the entitlement process by applying all available objective design, infrastructure, sequence, and completeness standards to the maximum extent permitted by the law.
Right. And so the merits of the project aren't on the table tonight, but the town is processing both applications, and the town is reviewing all applications, with the intent of preserving any discretionary reviewability that remains under the Housing Accountability Act.
Okay.
And I can move through the rest of the bullet points if that would be helpful.
Please.
Okay. And so we did talk about the idea of filing an appeal, and I've provided my thoughts on that. And then the fourth bullet point was to coordinate with the League of California Cities and similarly situated municipalities to build a coalition for coordinated briefs now. My thought on that is I agree with the fifth bullet point, which is to contact the state's legislators, and also to contact the lobbyists who work with Cal Cities, because I think that the legislature needs to know the effect of these laws on local jurisdictions.
So if I could follow up on number 4, which says coordinate with the League of California Cities and similarly situated municipalities, including Beverly Hills, which face the identical 90-day dispute, to build coalition for coordinated appellate briefs now before final judgment is entered. Do you have any perspective on that one?
My sense is that the result would be similar. And so my recommendation would be that the town preserve its resources for other efforts. But I do think it makes sense to, touch base and coordinate with other cities on how they're processing these applications in their cities.
Thank you. And just one last one, if I may. I think you've referenced the Housing Accountability Act and another countersuit. Is it possible for the town council to have a closed session with outside counsel on that topic?
Yes.
Okay. I would request that we do that. Thank you.
I'd be happy to do that. Yes, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. So for the town attorney, the last one, number 5, which is direct the town state legislative advocates to sponsor or co-sponsor a clarifying amendment to Government Code Section 65941.1. How does that help us tonight?
It does not help with these two projects because these, and actually many of the SB 330 projects have vested to all of the laws that were in effect at the time that they vested. It would help with future SB 330 applications.
Thank you.
Okay, I will look for a motion from the council on this item. Does someone want to move the staff recommendation with the understanding that we can modify it after we discuss this a little bit further? Yes, Vice Mayor Risto.
Okay, I will move the staff recommendation, and then we can look for friendly amendments as we go along. And that would be the two resolutions that were updated today. Do I need to read them, or?
Town Attorney, does moving staff recommendations cover the motion?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? It can be for discussion solely. Councilmember Rennie?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll second it. As I said before, I think we need to move beyond this question. It's pretty clear where the courts are going on this. And an appeal, in my opinion, is just going to make this more combative. I think we need to move to the point where we're working with the applicant to try to come up with a more palatable project at these sites, and moving this forward helps us move to that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, I can provide some comments because the town council is uncharacteristically quiet at this juncture. So I just want to start by saying I disagree strongly with the interpretation of the court. For the sake of the public, the statute in question we've talked about multiple times is Government Code Section 65941.1. And I'll read the part that we're talking about this evening and what the lawsuit was around. It says, if a public agency determines that the application for development is not complete, the development proponent shall submit the specific information needed to complete the application within 90 days of receiving the agency's written identification of the necessary information. If the development proponent does not submit this information within the 90-day period, then the preliminary application shall expire and have no further force or effect. That's what we're talking about tonight. I think I was a pretty decent English student in high school, and I have always known the word "the" to be singular, and therefore developers, in my interpretation, should only have one single 90-day window in which to complete their application after the town identifies missing information. However, I think it is, based on all of the information we have heard this evening, I think it's very unlikely that the court will reverse its decision. The court's decision from Superior Court Judge Helen Williams, she deemed that the word "the" was being used to reduce repetition and ensure coherence in the law without limiting the number of 90-day periods allowed. She felt that the law also suggests that, quote, multiple resubmissions in response to succeeding incompleteness determinations may be made without a preliminary application expiring. I feel that is very clear in the court's in the court's interpretation. That's very clear. I disagree with it vehemently, but I think it was very clear. And as the town attorney has said, the state attorney general has also made the exact same finding. And so I think that puts the town in a very difficult position, and I do not think we have a strong argument for an appeal. However, to Councilmember Rennie's point, I will say two things. From Councilmember Hudis's line of questioning, I'm willing to entertain language that would help the town be in a better position were a different outcome to occur in a different appellate court. I think that makes sense. But I also agree with Councilmember Rennie that we need to get in a position where we can start having good faith discussions about this project. I think there's a lot of leverage the town still has over these things. I think the town is able to introduce certainty into the process if we can enter into negotiations, which is very valuable to a developer who is looking at a potential significant lawsuit. Even if we're in the town of Los Gatos is in a bad position in a lawsuit, lawsuits will take years and years, which cost developers money. And so I think the town does have leverage, but I do not think we are currently in a good negotiating position with this hanging over our head. So that was long-winded, and so those are some of my thoughts, but I'm willing to entertain some modification language if someone wants to suggest that. Yes, Councilmember Badami.
I don't have wording at this point to modify the resolution. I just wanted to add my comments.
Please.
Clearly, this council is in a difficult position to disagree with the Superior Court's ruling, and I acknowledge that an appellate court could rule differently. Appellate courts do overturn Superior Court decisions. Again, I have difficulty with their determination. Common sense, clearly, it defies that a development application would not have a deadline and have an endless life. I mean, I have a lot of trouble with that. It's common sense. So I have difficulty in even adding wording to the resolution, but I'm open to hearing what that wording would be. And I would just want to add one other comment. I realize, how expensive litigation can be, but when you listen to the other costs that could be involved, for example, there's a gentleman, and I forget his last name, but he talked about buying his home for $65,000 maybe 60 years ago, and what it's appraised for now, and the loss of inheritance to his children and the property values. It's hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and not just one resident. And we're losing the fact that a development this high, with the density that it would have, is going to add costs to our infrastructure and public safety. So there are other costs involved in going forward. So I have a lot of difficulty tonight with the Superior Court decision, with the application, a builder's remedy before us. It's very unfortunate. It's so controversial and quite offensive to our community, but we are in a position we are in, and we need to do something about it.
Thank you. Councilmember Gatos.
Yeah, I'm certainly not in a position to propose any language tonight. This should have come from the town attorney. I did make the request ahead of this meeting about whether we could preserve our situation if there were an appellate court ruling. And so I'm not going to shoot from the hip and make any suggestions about language to support that. I will say that I'm not in a position to support the motion at this point, given the language that's in here, the situation that there has not been an appellate court ruling on this matter, let alone a Supreme Court ruling on this matter. And so I am not in favor of the motion as it's been proposed. But it doesn't appear that anything is forthcoming from the town attorney on potential modifications.
So I'll ask a question of the town attorney. I believe the town attorney's office did provide potential draft language to modify. Can you share that with us?
Yes. If you take a break, we can put it on a slide.
Okay.
But what I'll do is read it into the record.
Sure.
And this, we're recommending what was initially proposed, but if the council feels strongly about adding language to the resolution, this is a possibility. And so the language would say, because the Superior Court has determined that multiple 90-day resubmission periods are allowed to respond to successive incompleteness determinations, the town will act in compliance with that determination absent any contrary controlling legal authority applicable to the projects. Thus, based on the Superior Court determination, the vesting afforded by the SB 330 preliminary applications for the ARIA and Lux applications has not expired.
Great. And so to clarify, that would cover us in the instance that an appellate court somewhere in the state ruled with the town's position.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, Vice Mayor Stowe.
Thank you. Maybe we can take a break so we can then get the wording up on a screen and then proceed, because I think I want to make sure that we do this very carefully. This is a tough position for our community. I want to make sure we do this right. And, as a council member, I wanted to get the legal interpretation on this, and the answer wasn't what we thought was coming. So I think we need to understand what the landscape is.
Okay. Sounds good to take a break. Before we do, are there any other questions from the council about more information that they would need to move forward potentially before we take a break? Okay. Seeing none, we will take a 10-minute break. This will be our mid-council meeting break and return at 9:40. All right. We are going to reconvene this meeting of the town council and see about looking at some of the potential modification language. Okay, so per the town attorney's language that she shared, this language would ensure that if a appellate court ruled in the town's, with the position of the town could potentially go with that interpretation.
Yeah, soon there it is on the screen so that everybody can see it. But what's on the screen is an alternative to the resolution that's in the packet.
Okay, and can you talk through what the, any downside of this would be?
Probably not in this setting.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, no, I appreciate having the language now available to the public to see what the alternative language would be. It still raises a couple of questions in my mind, but I believe that those questions cannot be answered tonight. And so I would offer an alternate motion, and that is to continue this item for 2 weeks to allow the council to consider this language or other proposals to deal with the issue that was raised tonight. And so that would be to a date certain. When is the next council meeting?
It wouldn't be quite in 2 weeks. It would be the first meeting in May, maybe.
Okay.
Yes, is there a second?
Yes, second.
Okay. Thoughts on the motion? Yes, Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I have a question for our town attorney and our manager. I mean, what are the consequences of us continuing this? Are we under a deadline to hear this appeal?
So right now, one of the issues in the litigation is whether or not the town has unduly delayed these applicants. And so, I imagine that issue will continue to be raised. In my view, a 2-week continuance would not be unreasonable in that both applications have been deemed complete and are continuing to be processed.
Okay, and I think it's a 3-week delay, isn't it? It's the next meeting.
The next meeting would be May 5th. So that's 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rennie, I cannot see you. We cannot see you.
The town manager has reminded me of one other downside, and that is there's an argument to be made that these appeal hearings constitute one of the 5 public hearings that are authorized under SB 330 for SB 330 projects. And so it would potentially use up one of those 5 hearing dates.
Which apply both to the Planning Commission and Council.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And any appeals. Yeah.
Yes.
So to clarify, is this meeting right now one of the 5?
That's debatable. Yeah.
And so if we continue, that could potentially use 2 meetings?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Could someone do the math? How many are left? Are there none left? Is it adopted?
3 left.
Well, the town would take the position that this was not a hearing on the merits of the project, and so the 5 hearing limit doesn't apply. But there's also an argument to be made that the 5 hearings includes all hearings related to a project.
And again, how many have we used up on this project?
Well, if a court were to side with the argument that these hearings count toward the 5 hearing rule, there would only be 3 remaining.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rennie?
First of all, is there a second to that motion?
Yes, there was. Councilmember Badami.
Okay. My first reaction is I certainly don't want to use up hearing dates talking about some small legal matter when, there's a very large project to be spending our time discussing and potentially asking the applicant to come back again with some changes or something. I'd rather have more of those kinds of hearings than a hearing over whether, some small legal matter. If based on that risk, I think maybe we should just modify our motion to include the wording that was just put up on the screen.
I would generally tend to agree. I think that we being the town of Los Gatos, asked a strong and valid and legitimate legal question on this. We got an answer that was not in our favor, and I'm of the opinion that there's still a lot more work to do on these, and that I think there's a lot of room to work with attorneys and residents to shape these developments, but I don't think that delaying is appropriate. I also think in 2 weeks we wouldn't change a whole lot. So I'm more of the opinion that we should ensure we're covering ourselves in the legal with the language that the town attorney shared with us, and then I would also be very much in favor of having staff connect with the developer of the ARIA, the Ace Hardware development, and discuss ways to meet in the middle. Yes, Councilmember Hudis.
So I'm a little confused about the counting of the hearings. It seems to me to be related to litigation matter that was also the subject of a hearing as well. Again, town attorney, maybe you could repeat your position on whether this constitutes a hearing on the project?
I think there's a good argument to be made that this discussion counts toward one of the 5 hearings. I think there's also a counter argument to be made. The most conservative course of action would be to treat this as one of the 5 hearings that are allowed.
Given that situation, is it possible in this setting for the town attorney to explain how the proposed language would work if there were an appellate court ruling that supported the position of the town?
The way it reads is that the town will comply with the Superior Court order until there's any contrary legal authority applicable to the projects. And in that event, the town could change its position.
And what kind of timing and how would that fit with the process of reviewing these applications? Since there's no appellate case pending at the moment, I don't anticipate that there would be an appellate decision for, and this is again an estimate, for at least 3 years.
And in that time, once an applicant has obtained an entitlement, the town could not go back on the entitlement. And it does seem unlikely that these applications will still be being processed in 3 years' time.
Yes, Councilmember Badami.
Well, I would want to take the chance of potentially eating up 2 hearings. None of our prior SB 330 or Builder's Remedy hearings extended past 3 hearings, as much as some of us wanted to refine those projects.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of your comment. Would you mind repeating that?
I would be willing to take the chance that if we had a continuance, that even if it potentially was eating up 2 hearings, if it was ruled that way, if even relevant, that I look at our prior SB 330 and Builder's Remedy hearings that we've had, that we've approved or not approved, and as much as some of us may have wanted to refine those projects, they didn't exceed 3 hearings.
Thank you.
And can I ask for, the maker of the motion, what are you looking for from staff in 2 weeks?
So really 2 questions. The first is, how would this preserve the position in the face of a subsequent appellate court ruling? And how would that be implemented? And the second is related to the other lawsuits that are pending, and how this would impact the town's position in those other lawsuits, which would be something that could only be discussed in closed session prior to a council meeting to determine this.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Reddy.
I'll just say that I'm again not in favor of extending this and risking another, it counting as one of our public sessions. I realize there may be some council members that don't want to spend as much time refining this project. When I compare it to the projects we've had before, I find this one needs far more refinement than any of the ones that I've seen so far, that we've discussed and made decisions on so far. So I, again, don't want to give up refinement meeting opportunities. Also, we've discussed the legality of this a lot in closed sessions already. Potentially, we're going to discuss exact language, but I don't feel that it's worth trading for opportunities to try to work this into a better project.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I generally agree. Yeah, Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Runny covered a lot of what I was thinking. We may have passed some of the other projects in 3 meetings, but my concern is that a project of this size and scale is going to bring a lot of public comment. We could end up spending an entire evening hearing public comment, and I don't want to be in a situation where potentially the Planning Commission takes 2 nights and the council cannot have the time it needs to work collaboratively with this applicant. I also don't really see that I'm going to get information in a closed session and have different information in 2 weeks. I think I have all the information that is possible to have. There's a lot of uncertainty, and I don't think there's going to be more certainty in 2 weeks. So I really feel like I'm not going to be able to support this motion.
Okay, yeah. Councilmember Hudis, and then I think we should vote.
Clarification from the town attorney. Do you believe this is a hearing on both of these projects?
Yes, this is a procedural appeal hearing for appeals that were submitted for both projects.
So we have a motion on the table, which is to continue this item to the first meeting in May. We will take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Brenny?
No.
Councilmember Hudas?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto?
No.
Mayor Moore?
No. Okay, the motion in front of us now is to approve staff recommendations. We've been talking about some language that we could potentially introduce to change that. Yes, Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I'd actually like to pull my motion. I don't know if that has to be okay with the seconder. No, it doesn't, right? I can just pull my motion. So now we don't have a motion on the table, and so I will propose, I think we had it up on the board. What I've got in front of me isn't exactly what we had on the screen. I think there were 2 items on the screen, and this is one item.
It actually is the same. I just redlined what it would look like in the resolution, but I'll pull that up for you.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, the red line language is the language that the attorney was added. So this is, the black is the language that's already in the resolution, and the red would be the additional language.
Right, and there's item 2 as part of it. Okay, so.
And this is for specifically the Lux resolution, and it would also have to be added to the ARIA resolution.
Right, so these would be identical, except one would say Lux and the other would say ARIA.
Correct.
All right. And I can do this in one motion.
Yes, and then it would be as amended, because I did make a correction to the ARIA resolution.
Correct, because that one said Lux and now it says
Correct.
ARIA.
Right.
And I don't want to belabor this, and I don't want to create more legal drama. I think there should be places where we can work with this developer and come up with a project that gives them certainty, meets their needs, and meets the needs of our community. So I'm hoping we can move forward with that. But I move that we adopt the 2 resolutions as forwarded by staff, with it being resolved, the Town Council, Town of Los Gatos hereby declares, determines, and order as follows. 1, because the Superior Court has determined that multiple 90-day resubmission periods are allowed to respond to successive incompleteness determinations, and then with the added words, the town will act in compliance with that determination absent any contrary controlling legal authority applicable to the projects. Thus, based on the Superior Court determination, the vesting afforded by the SB 330 preliminary application for the Lux application has not expired, and the appeal submitted by the Lux applicant is granted. And then basically identical wording for the ARIA project.
That works.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it. I already said I would interested in this motion.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make just a friendly amendment that I think is already kind of baked in to this motion, but the friendly amendment would be to include that at the conclusion of the existing litigation on the 90-day issue, staff will engage with ARIA Properties LLC to negotiate on the ACE hardware development.
I will accept that amendment.
Yes, from the seconder.
Is there other discussion on the motion? Yes, Councilmember Hudas.
Yeah, thank you. I will not be supporting the motion because I think it's, I don't think this is a minor legal issue. This is a very important and substantive issue that relates to how this and other projects are processed, and I think adopting this under one Superior Court ruling is not wise. I think the town needs to preserve its ability should a court rule differently. And yes, there's language that's been proposed, but I've had no opportunity to discuss that with our counsel, and I've had no opportunity to understand how, as our town attorney has represented, this could impact other complaints against the town. And so for me, this is consequential and important, and I think that our residents deserve the careful consideration of this matter, so I'm not willing to rush into this tonight.
Okay, seeing no other comments, we'll take a roll call vote on the motion.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas?
No.
Councilmember Badami?
No.
Vice Mayor Risto?
Aye.
Mayor Moore?
Aye. Motion passes 3-2. 3-2. We will now move to our next item, which is the financial condition analysis and fiscal impact analysis studies, and this is the opportunity for the council to provide feedback on these topics. I will turn it over to our Administrative Services Director, Christina Alfaro.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Christina Alfaro, Administrative Services Director. And I would like to introduce Mark Northcross with NHA Advisors, who will be starting the presentation. All of our consultants are available remotely this evening.
Just 1 second, I need to promote them and pull up the presentation.
There we go. Thank you, Christina. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay. We've got the screen sharing of the slide deck going someplace.
Not quite. Oh, you have it going? Give us 1 sec.
Okay, thank you. Well, let me probably, we're getting to the slide deck. Let me do some introductions. We've been retained by the town to prepare a fiscal condition, long-term financial forecast, 3 components. There's an in-depth deep dive into the fiscal policies, matters, cash flows of the town. That's being handled by a team from Raftellus. Wildan has been assigned and has done the work on a fiscal impact with particular focus on the mandated housing, the arena housing in particular. And then the third part is the asset liability management, which is really about your CIP and about how you're going to respond to CalPERS, Section 115 or otherwise. And there's been a lot of work done in all 3 tasks. And let's go to the table of contents. Thank you. And thank you for getting this up. And we're here, we presented this last week to the Finance Commission. We had an outstanding discussion. I think the key words here, this is a collaborative process. This is not a consultant talking down to staff or electeds or the members of the public. We're not claiming we're smarter than anybody else in the room. We are working collaboratively. We got great feedback from the Finance Commission. We had what I would consider in a few cases some very healthy disagreements, different ways of approaching things, which we can talk about tonight. But we're here tonight to give you a summary of what we've done and some preliminary conclusions. And so let's go to the next slide. Work completed. Our our Raftelis team, Jonathan Ingram and Claire Pritchard, will take you through what they have done so far. And also, I think, talking a bit about what happened with the Finance Commission, both in February and last week. They prepared a detailed memo on assumptions, which are really, really key. And we are to a point where we are ready to start framing scenarios. We feel like we're really close to having a base case on the financial model and time to start looking at scenarios for the future of the town financially. Next slide, please. So, work in progress, and excuse me while I pull out a couple of notes here. Just some of the issues that came up with the Finance Commission that Jonathan and Claire will talk about is what I call aligning with FTEs between the model and basically staffing levels at the town. Part and parcel to that is how we deal with, I'll call it the long-term vacant positions that all city government and public agencies in California have that are, positions that are budgeted but not fulfilled, and how you, deal with that in a long-term analysis. Public safety overtime is an issue in every city I work with in the state of California, and no surprise it's an issue here. The fiscal impact analysis, again, the thing that really came up, I think, with the Finance Commission is a good question, and we've got some thoughts on that, is do you want to use the same long-term growth assumptions for the, we'll call it number one, the fiscal condition and forecast model, as you use for the fiscal impact analysis? And the question on the table is that for good reasons, that the town is concerned about, in particular, the impact of RENA, mandated housing. And, so you can make the case, you want to be more aggressive on how many units you get so you can really see what the impact is on the town. So again, I'll leave that for Mike, who I believe is on the call, to deal with that issue. Finally, the asset liability management. The kind of two key questions: how can you best use your Section 115 trust to reduce long-term expenses for the town? And there's some thoughts on that, and we can talk about that tonight or another night as well. The other one is on your CIP. You've got, as you know, 3 tiers of CIP, funding, GFAR, and the sales tax pass-throughs from VTA have been cut back or eliminated. And so how do you fill in the gap? How do you get more of your tiers? You basically got tier 1 funded now. Can you get tier 2 or tier 3 in there? What's that take? And again, for me, the biggest variable in this is the Highway 17, Highway 9 interchange. Without, no spoiler alert, but the question that comes up for me, were I a resident of Los Gatos or on the council, is how badly do we really want this interchange? I just leave you with that question. Having given kind of a really brief overview here, I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan and Claire, who are going to take you deeper into the fiscal condition assessment. So unless there's questions right now, I'm ready to turn it over to Jonathan and Claire.
Please go ahead.
They don't appear to be on Zoom.
That would be a problem for having them present.
Maybe ask them to raise their hand if they're logged in differently.
Okay, there's one that we're promoting.
I'm the presenter from Raftelis. I was talking for some time.
Okay. We did not hear you. So
you okay, folks?
yes. Yeah, go ahead and start again.
All right, no problem. My name is Jonathan Ingram with Raf Telus. I appreciate the introduction, Mark, and Mayor and Council. It's very good to be with you this evening. My job at Raf Telus, I'm a vice president who I lead our local government organizational assessment practice. So, I do this kind of work. I've been doing it for about 23 years in local governments across the United States. I pretty much work exclusively with city and county governments, towns like yourselves. I want to set some context a little bit and give you a sense of what I want to cover today. Mark has given you some overview in terms of the work that we've done today, but really starting in December, we've spent a considerable amount of time and energy working with both town staff as well as members of the Finance Commission through multiple iterations of understanding the town's historic revenue and expenditure patterns and being able to identify what those things that are predictable and identifiable in the future that will ultimately impact your revenue and expenditure trajectories are, to be able to ultimately articulate over a 10-year horizon what is the town's financial condition? In other words, what is the pace of your revenue growth and what is the pace of your expenditure growth? And are there structural challenges that you all as policymakers need to be informed about and need to start working to address? The primary focus of this conversation tonight is to give you an update on where we're at and to share what we're calling the base case outlook. It's really designed to really inform long-term decision making, and that's really important. What I want to emphasize is, the working model, the financial model, the projections, they can continually be updated as new information becomes available. So we're at a good place right now, having engaged pretty extensively with the Finance Commission and staff, but there will undoubtedly be adjustments as we move forward, especially as you all start to evaluate some of the major critical policy decisions, which we will summarize for you here at the end of the conversation. Next, so just high level, a couple of things just in terms of assumptions that I want to highlight before we get into the financial model. So the first is sort of what this model is and what it isn't. Okay, so one of the things that's really important to distinguish and that can be a challenge for governing bodies, not necessarily for you all. I think you all have gone through the best practice of doing this kind of work from the town historically. So I don't know that it'll be a significant issue here, but it's really important to distinguish what the difference is between a financial model and an annual budget process. So the goal of a long-term financial model, which is what we've developed for staff, is to really identify those long-term trends and impact and sort of reasonably predict the conditions across a multi-year landscape. The goal here is to really frame the critical policy and investment decisions that both your executive leadership team and governing body need to start to wrestle with now. In other words, it's a warning system that can help kind of forecast the weather, and then the budget process is really a different tool. It's the tool that you all use as a governing body, that your staff uses annually to make those near-term adjustments to maintain fiscal balance in the near term, and also to start to make adjustments that can pay off long-term in the dividends, long-term with respect to the overall financial picture. So the budget process is really about those very difficult specific choices. The long-term financial model is really about, all right, what's our long-term trajectory and what can we do to start to bend that. So if the long-term financial model is the weather forecast, the budget process is, all right, what do we need to do? We need an umbrella, we need a raincoat, do we need to stay inside, or do we need to build a storm shelter, right? So that's really the way these two processes, work together. What I want to go to next is really to go through really two fundamental elements. We could spend 2 or 3 hours going through the nuance and the detail associated with each of the assumptions, but I want to spend just a couple of slides talking through our core revenue assumptions in the model and sort of how we got there, what's included in the model, how we got there, but also the expenditure assumptions, and then talk through what the overall impact is both in the near term and over that 10-year horizon. Next slide, please. So, first and foremost, your revenue sources. So as you all are well acquainted, you really have about 5 primary revenue sources in the county. And those revenue sources are really what sets the resourcing that is available for you all to be able to provide town services. I'll start with property tax and VLF. So our assumption is so property tax and VLF represents about 45% of your general fund revenue. So that is really the lion's share of the revenue that you all receive as a municipality. Property tax and VLF backfill together represent the single largest revenue source going forward. So the forward projection that we've built is fundamentally built on Santa Clara County assessment data, which provides for historical valuation trends disaggregated into three primary components. So we look specifically at new construction, we look at changes in ownership, and we look at other inflation adjusted growth across all property. Okay. So as you all are aware, under Proposition 13, assessed values on existing properties that have not sold can only increase by 2% a year. So there's a constraint there that you all in California have been, that you all in your community have been dealing with for many years. Properties reassessed to market value only upon sale or new construction. So we have to take that into account. The model fundamentally reflects those challenges. We use a blended average growth assumption of about 5.4% per year. Okay, so what is this based on? This is really weighted across each of those valuation components. So new construction is assumed to be flat, given variability in year-to-year values. Changes in ownership are assumed at about 4%, and base valuation growth is assumed at 5.6%. Okay. The ERAF, in other words, the contribution that you are making toward the education system, the share of property tax that goes to the state's education revenue augmentation fund, is modeled as about 16.6%, which is kind of based on Santa Clara County data as well. There's an important distinction here. So when we're talking about property tax, and we're especially talking about new construction, this is relevant to the conversation you all just had. One of the things that you all will have to consider is how the housing element will ultimately influence both revenue. The development required in the housing element will both influence revenue as well as expenditures and potential expenditure adds. That's part of the sort of second phase and part of what our colleague Mike at Willdan will speak to. So property tax revenue has grown at about 6.7% per year since 2019. The model that we've developed uses a more constructive conservative forward assumption of about 5.4% to reflect some softening in the real estate market following the kind of post-pandemic run-up, and to avoid kind of projecting a continuation into that high growth area. So again, that really is one of the biggest areas that you all have to wrestle with. And the biggest drivers of your revenue. Category 2, so this is sales tax. So sales tax is the town's second largest revenue source, representing about 15% of general fund revenue. So currently, the town receives really two streams, a 1% allocation from the state's base sales tax rate, and an additional 1/8 of a cent from Measure G, which is the locally adopted general sales tax. So the forward projection is built using revenue history by industry. So food products, general retail, transportation, county pool, business to business, et cetera. And there are different growth assumptions for each of those markets based on underlying economic drivers. So the approach allows the model to capture the fact that the different industries are growing or declining at different rates. So that's fundamentally what's reflected here. So the data is drawn from the data produced by HDL, which is a contracted company that has access to proprietary sales tax data that the town contracts with. To be able to develop projections. So it's fundamentally integrated with the work that you all have already reviewed and looked at. Historically, sales tax revenue has averaged a negative 1.7% annually since 2019, and that's non-Measure G, but that's really reflecting that steep drop in 2020. It has normalized, even though there has been some softness. So the 2026 base year estimate is higher than the adopted budget, and that's driven kind of primarily by that data from HDL as well. So that gives you an example of really the fundamental data that we've drawn upon. We're assuming about 2% revenue growth per year, averaging trends by industry. So some industries higher, some industries lower. Other taxes is the next highest level of revenue, next highest category, representing about 8% of general fund revenue. So this is kind of a general term, but other taxes includes business license tax, transit occupancy tax, those kinds of things. So business license tax is highly volatile. So, revenue ranged from about 1.4 million in 2021 to just about 3 million in 2025, with significant year-to-year swings. We have used HDL's sort of moderate scenario forecast of 2.47, and which applies a 1.5% annual growth rate for the business license tax. Transient occupancy tax is also volatile, having seen significant drops during the pandemic, especially before recovering. We have projected from the most recent 2 years of establishment level data to apply a 3% annual growth rate for that particular area. So two fundamental drivers here. And one of the things that's important to notice, you'll hear me mentioning pandemic. One of the things that we spent a lot of time working with your staff on was identifying and peeling back those one-time outliers and those oddities that we don't necessarily want to bake into our analysis and reflect in any projections going forward. Your next category on the revenue side is licenses, fines, and fees. That represents about 13% of your total general fund revenue. This includes building permits, planning fees, your solid waste encroachment fees, police-related permits, parks and public works revenues, those kinds of things. Okay. So this is really built department by department. So community development, which really accounts for about 60% of the revenues in this category, is assumed to grow at about 0.5% annually, which reflects a downward trend when we looked at your building permit data in terms of the frequency of building permits. Now, of course, your housing element and the degree to which that may impact and change needs to be reflected as a scenario. Again, what we want to identify is kind of what can we predict, base case, no changes to service levels, a fundamental continuation of the observable trends, and then what are the adjustments, the policy adjustments that we can apply over that to determine potential impacts. Okay. We see fine and forfeiture revenue growing at about 0.8% annually. So this is kind of roughly in line with population growth estimates, based on census data. So, the assumption here that fine frequency rises proportionally with the number of residents. Category 5, this is other revenue, kind of a catch-all, but it represents about 19% of general fund revenue. This primarily includes investment income, intergovernmental revenues, franchise fees, town services, those kinds of things. Investment income is projected using a two-part model. So we've assumed a steady local agency investment fund balance of about $15 million, earning about 2% annually, and a declining balance of approximately $45 million in other investment accounts, earning roughly $2.8 million annually. So the larger balance, and this is kind of a spoiler alert, the larger balance is expected to decline over the model period because of the projected deficit. We would expect you to draw upon your fund balance, independent of any other policy interventions or management interventions that would negate the need to do so. Franchise fees, excluding solid waste. Solid waste used to be kind of captured in this category, but was transferred to another revenue category in 2025. Are projected at about 1.7% annual growth. And then charges for services, so these are things that, I hope I'm saying it correctly, the Monteserino policing services and building plan reviews are projected at about 3% annual growth based on kind of department level trend analysis that we completed. So high level, those are, just again, high level, the underlying assumptions. We've detailed them very specifically. We've also presented these to the Finance Commission on 2 separate occasions, and their feedback has helped us sort of modify a number of areas. And there are some considerations particularly related to how you all use your pension trust funds, which we'll tee up a little bit later as a policy discussion. We have not assumed utilization of your SEPT trust funds within the base case model. Next slide, please. So next is expenditures. This is really the other side of the coin. So, high level expenditures are projected to grow at about 4.1% per year over the model period, compared to revenue growth of about 3.6%. So you don't have to be a math genius to see that there's a discrepancy there. That's about half a percentage point difference in the base model now, compounded over a number of years that ultimately will produce a structural deficit, which I'll sort of summarize in a moment. But personnel costs, salary, overtime, benefits are really the primary driver of expenses within any local government, frankly. And that's really where we're going to start. So salary and overtime, personnel costs are fundamentally modeled from the bottom up in our long-term financial model, with salary projections calculated separately for each of the town's 5 bargaining units. So we're using the contractual requirements at the position level for each of your bargaining units, and we're using historical data past your bargaining unit expiration dates, which are in 2027, to estimate what the potential costs of those salaries are in the long term. Total authorized staffing in the model is held constant at 152.5 full-time equivalent positions. So this is the base case assumption. This does not mean that the town should or will hold staffing flat over the 10-year period, okay? What it means is the base case isolates the cost of maintaining your current service levels so that council can evaluate the incremental cost of any changes, the service level impact, and make those adjustments compared to that base case. Actual salary expenditures sort of historically have grown at an average of about 4.1% per year since 2019. We've assumed a 3.8% average annual salary growth. It's a blended projection that's slightly lower than the historical average, reflecting that kind of 2023 and 2024 saw some unusually high pay increases that we wouldn't expect to repeat at the same magnitude going forward. Overtime is another kind of important thing to focus on the salary side. So our assumption, high level, is 1% annual growth in overtime, so fairly incremental. It's modeled separately from base salary because it's driven by different factors. So in the base salary, our starting point is your actual salary cost. So it's not your budgeted salary cost, it's your historic actual salary cost as a starting point, which allows us which is a way in which we don't necessarily have to account for position vacancy allowance, which is a budgeting tool that is present and that you all have historically utilized. Overtime has grown pretty significantly from about 707,000 in 2019 to about 1.33 million in 25. It's driven almost entirely by police vacancies. So, we do work with police departments all over the country, and it's rare for us to find a police department with a vacancy rate less than 10%. It is extremely difficult. It's an extremely difficult recruiting environment, and collective bargaining agreements often specify, and yours does, very specific requirements in terms of shift coverage, right? So there are fundamental drivers that impact overtime, and it's really the primary source. The base case assumes, overtime continues at approximately the 2025 level, which is a leveling compared to budget, and grows at about 1% annually. So this is more conservative than that, than the historical average. But again, it reflects that there's been some stabilization kind of post-pandemic, and overtime hours per position are beginning to decline. The next category, which is significant, is benefits. So as you can see, just looking at 68% salary, overtime, and benefits, as significant drivers of expenditures. So benefits include your CalPERS pension contributions, your OPEB, which is essentially retiree medical, your pay-as-you-go costs, health insurance, and other employee benefits, as well as contributions to the pension trust. So together, again, 28% of expenditures. So for CalPERS contributions, they're projected using your Foster and Foster actuarial report as of June 30, 2024. So that provides a blended contribution rate by employee group, which we have applied. Pension costs in that are assumed to grow at an average of 4.9% a year, varying by year based on the actuary schedule, but we've reflected that schedule in the model. Health and other benefits are projected at about 6.6% annual growth. This is based on industry benchmarks from PricewaterhouseCoopers, which is an average of 7.5%. We looked also at the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, which is about 5.7%, and then balanced against the town's own experience. So, benefit costs to some degree were suppressed during the pandemic years, and they have rebounded significantly. So about a 15.8% increase in 2025. This is pretty consistent with what we're seeing in a lot of jurisdictions. So there's a catch-up base for 2026, but our assumption is that growth and really the insurance best practices that we reviewed would settle into a more consistent pattern of about 6.6% going forward on the benefit side, or on the healthcare side. OPEB costs are projected using actuarial projections from the most recent Foster and Foster report available. So we're assuming, and that's a June 30, 2023 number. So, total on the benefit side, we're assuming, a blended growth rate of about 5% per year, based on all those factors. Internal service charges is your third category on expenditures, represents about 11% of your total budget. We've assumed an average of about 3.5% annual growth over the projection period. So internal service charges are those things that cover the general fund's allocated share of costs from the town's internal service funds. So general liability, self-insurance, your workers' comp, facility maintenance, information technology, equipment replacement, those fundamental internal services that are critical to service delivery within the community. Each fund is modeled separately, and we've essentially identified the specific needs and engaged with departments responsible for operating those internal service departments to articulate the specific cost increases that will be required, the specific cost levels that will be required to fund those operations over the projection period. Again, in total, that averages out to about 3.5% in annual growth. Debt service. This is fortunately a little bit more straightforward. So we've modeled debt service off of the town's existing debt schedules. So payments on current obligations total about $2.1 million per year through 29. But then they step down significantly as the older debt layers retire. So debt service drops off in 2030, approximately $800,000. So, and reaches zero ultimately by 2033. We have not assumed in the base case model that you would issue new debt. So if you're evaluating capital investments, whether it's in facilities, whether it's in infrastructure, whatever it may be, that's additional debt that you can build onto the model as a scenario. Essentially, flip the switch and identify what the impact of specific capital projects would be on the overall trajectory of both revenues and expenditures. Category 5, operating is other operating expenditures. We've assumed other operating represents about 16% of expenditures. It's about 2.2% average growth per year. This includes materials and supplies, utilities, purchase services, or other operating costs. We had some sort of spirited conversation with the Finance Commission on utilities, and did some additional digging, gathered some additional data, and were able to develop more refined estimates on the utility side. Those are reflected in the model. Combined total, again, about 16% of expenditures. Materials and supplies are projected at about a weighted average of about 7.4%, driven primarily by police costs, parks and public works. Library is relatively low, but these reflect post-pandemic trends adjusted to remove one-time purchases. So we scoured those purchases, and we have a kind of a detailed assumptions memo which highlights one of the one-time costs and anomalies that we've pulled out of the model to make sure that it doesn't skew the data. Purchase services projected at about 4.6% annually. So, and then other operating costs. So these are things like licenses, subscription travel are projected about 6.7 as well. Okay. And then finally, one more category, transfers out. That's about 2% of your total revenues. So really what this is, transfers out of the general fund include the annual capital transfer. We've assumed $1 million, and the annual pension trust contribution, which is about $390,000. Okay. There's a small amount of other designated transfers, but this is really the bulk. The $1 million capital transfer that we've assumed is based on a smooth analysis of the gap between average capital costs over the model period, which is about 5, and average outside revenue sources available to fund capital. So the $1 million figure represents the general fund share of tier 1 capital projects. So these are capital needs not covered by the gas tax, VTA pass-throughs, other dedicated revenue. So this is kind of core maintenance continued under historical trends. This does not provide any provision for deferred maintenance beyond what the town's current CIP captures, nor does it include any major new capital projects. Again, that's a scenario item that you would layer on top of this base case to determine your ultimate impact and inform your policy decisions. So high level, those are it's a high level overview of the core analytical assumptions built into the long-term model on the expenditure side. So what are the core findings? So the projections built from these assumptions really tell a clear story. So the town does face a structural deficit that is real, but it is manageable and it's not emergent. In other words, there are long-term trends based on your based on historical experience and known future impacts. A structural deficit, is not a one-year cash shortfall. It's not it is a sort of persistent and growing gap between the rate at which revenue grows and the rate at which expenditures grow. So really what this does is it signals the need to start to engage in active policy discussions and active interventions, both in the near term, midterm, and long term to adjust that trajectory. Next slide. So I'll show this in a graph in a moment, but I'll hit this at a high level. I won't go through sort of every one of these, but so the model demonstrates that based on the assumptions that I've discussed, total general fund revenues are projected at about 60.5 million in fiscal year 26, growing to about 86.4. So that's an increase of about 26 million. Revenue growth rates, growth averages about 3.6 per year. So the strongest growth drivers, property tax and VLF. Sales tax grows modestly from about 9.1 to 11.1. Other taxes, other revenue, relatively modest increases. Again, the bulk of your growth is going to occur on the property tax side and the sales tax side. Next slide, please. On the expenditure side, again, your salary and overtime, your benefits expenses, those are really, your primary drivers. They're projected, your total general fund expenditures are projected at about 60.7 million in 26, growing to about 90.9 in 36. So this is an increase of about 30 million over the model. Expenditure growth averages about 5.1% per year in the near term, but it moderates as the model period progresses. Again, we talked about that debt service. So the 2030 figure shows a lower growth rate of about 2.2%. Again, it's primarily related to the debt dropping off. Salary and overtime, again, not quite. Thank you though. Salary and overtime, again, this is your primary driver. It's an increase of about 11 million over the period. Benefits grow from about 17 million to 27 million, which is an increase of about 10.6 million going forward. So what does this mean, all told? So the model, next slide, please. The model, again, fundamentally projects a structural deficit that begins at approximately $200,000 in FY26, grows to about $400,000 in fiscal year 27, and then grows to about 4.5 million by 2036 by the projection year. Okay. The average annual deficit, if you take that 10-year horizon, is about 2.5 million. But again, there's not a near-term critical issue that can't be sort of specifically managed against. The driver of the deficit is straightforward. And I think, you all have heard this story before. I don't think that it's new. The expenditure growth is averaging about 4.1% a year, and it's outpacing revenue growth, which is averaging about 3.6% a year. So you have about a half a percentage point, going forward. So compounded over a decade, that's significant. But again, this is a base case. This is projecting current trends going forward. We have not made assumptions on what policy decisions or management decisions you all will make to start to bend those trajectories, but we have focused on teeing up a few key areas that are worth considering in this moment, and there are a number of which are ideas that your members of your Finance Commission have advanced for discussion as well. Next slide. So now I'd like to tee up really the core policy decisions, and I'll turn these over to both Mark and Mike, our colleagues on this effort, but I'll set the tone. So, the town has about 34.9 million in general fund balance, which is so you're in a good position from a fund balance perspective. But there are three kind of policy areas that could have the most significant impact on the town's long-term, financial trajectory. So the first is, how you all manage your pension and your OPEB obligation. Specifically how you manage your trust and how you may be able to use your trust to pay down unfunded actuarial liability and drive down your annual costs, right? There are also, you all have a lot of developments in the housing plan, right? So defining what the impact of those will look like, both on the revenue side, what your various funding options will look like, how it translates on the expenditure side, that's a scenario that you can develop that could be beneficial or potentially present some challenges going forward. And then more longer term, that third policy decision is really about sort of the liabilities with respect to infrastructure. So particular capital needs that aren't fully reflected within your existing allocated capital plan. What are the things that you all need to be able to carve out resources for in the near term and in the long term. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague Mark to talk through the next couple slides.
Mark, you're muted.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay. Pension and OPEB trust funds, as we mentioned before, I'm sure everybody in the room knows the town has a Section 115 trust. You've been putting money into the trust. You've got $3 million and change in it right now. Question is, what's the best way of using it? Should you continue to put money into the trust? How should you apply it to reduce your CalPERS liabilities? You have a peak coming over the next few years where your combined contributions for both what they call the normal cost and the paying off the debt, the unfunded actuarial liability, are going to be going up significantly. Should you use it to really manage cash flow? Should you use it to reduce your UAL? Being in your number of ways you can do that, and your finance commission also had some good ideas on that. So that is really about framing scenarios. We can do a certain amount of the quant on that. We can approximate some of the other. We are not actuaries, so you'd be approximating some of it, but it really is about working with staff and the finance commission and electeds to frame scenarios about how to really address both the peak in annual cash flow required for CalPERS that's coming, and how to reduce the long-term liability. Having said that, let's go to the next slide. And now we turn it over to Mike, because Mike has been looking really hard at this, and we also had a very good dialogue with the Finance Commission last week. Mike, your turn. And you're probably muted like I was.
No, I'm not muted. I'm looking at these bullet points. So I guess yeah, I was expecting the slides that I had given. Okay, so for the analysis that we prepared, we had submitted a draft analysis. The initial idea was to do so based on the housing element document that that the town put together a little while ago, and also part of that housing element study involved a target of about 30% affordables. So our initial analysis came up with a slight deficit per housing unit constructed, going out through 2040, which was the horizon of the housing element, which included about 20, I think 2,600 units. About what I did was to meet with the planning folks at the town and develop better assumptions. One of the changes that we made was to use a number that was about halfway in between the housing element number and the general plan number. What we put together was based on the construction through 2040 of 400 accessory dwelling units and 2,863 residential units. One of the big changes in our analysis was to cut the percentage affordables from 30%, which was considered more aspirational, down to 15%. And the results changed the analysis pretty significantly, with property taxes being the largest component. We're expecting an average positive fiscal impact from construction of about $665 million. And that comes out to about $413 per unit. I should mention that it can get better from there. The way that the law works with new development, even if there's a net positive impact, the way the law is structured right now surrounding special assessments and special taxes is that new development can be asked to pay its own way for any sort of additional burdens that it's adding to the town, regardless of whether it's generating a whole lot of property tax revenue or sales tax revenue. You can't use a special revenue source to pay for other existing deficits, but you can use that special revenue source to pay for the new development, and then the general revenues that come in from new development can be used to assist with the town's other needs. So, and can you go to the next slide? I'm just wondering if do I have another slide on this deck? Okay. It seems like we're still kind of in Jonathan's realm.
Yeah, this is back to my end of it. Mike, before we go to this slide, what I can talk about, why don't you talk about impact fees? Because we had heard a lot of public commentary about arena housing mandate for the Ace Hardware site, and including infrastructure costs and all that. So I think it's timely to take a little time tonight, even though it's late, to talk about impact fees.
Yes, absolutely. So when we presented to the Finance Commission the update and assumptions for our analysis, they were supportive of the new set of assumptions. I haven't received any requests for changes since then. So that means that the ongoing revenues, the ongoing expenditures are either balanced or positive for new development. There are other ways to raise more revenues for ongoing services, and we can always talk about those as well. But one item that we were also tasked with doing, I would say in a more qualitative manner, would be to examine the one-time fiscal impacts. This would be the creation of new infrastructure. I know that the freeway interchange is a big item, but there are all sorts of other items that the town would need to perhaps expand, enhance, or perhaps build anew. And one of the mechanisms for doing that is examining the town's impact fee structure. I would say especially for the interchange project. I know there's money coming in from other sources, but you can't get the full amount oftentimes for these big improvements, but new development can be allocated a certain portion of the trips that would be going on to the interchange, or a certain amount of acres of parks that are needed, for example, or if you need a new fire station or new police station, and they can be required to pay a fee at building permit, and that fee goes into your capital improvement project accounts to help pay for those. I'm sure the town already has impact fees, but I know that it's generally with these new units coming in, it's a really good time to examine your capital improvement plan, compare it with the new development coming in, and take a look at your impact fees. In a community like this, where the values and the sales prices are quite high, impact fees tend to be less burdensome on the builder than they would be in communities with lower price points. So something to consider there for development impact fees.
Thank you, Mike. Let's go through the slide that's on the screen here very briefly. As I mentioned earlier, you've been historically funding Tier 1 to the tune of 4 million plus per year, but GFAR is gone. The sales tax pass-throughs are down. You're down to gas tax, which I'm going to use really rough numbers. Is down to about $2 million a year. So you subtract 2 from 4.6, you're looking at a $2 to $2.5 million annual shortfall in the long run in funding just Tier 1, and that leaves your Tier 2 out. I did rough numbers on Tier 2. You know, you had basically 20 million bucks in Tier 2. Assume it's done over a 10-year period, no inflation. There's another $2 million a year. And then let's go to the freeway interchange. $175 million project. We had great dialogue with VTA staff, really helpful. And their advice was that their VTA plan shows you guys in there in the local share at 10%. Okay, that's 17.5 million that the town could have to come up with. And they're hoping to bring this project out of the ground, assuming a whole bunch of things that are to a certain extent beyond our control go right. But they said, you guys need to go to 20% to have a shot at getting the grant from the federal government, from the Department of Transportation. Well, that's 35 million. And if you, just for the sake of discussion, if you did a parcel tax townwide or a bond issue and you found, you're going to find the money from someplace in your general fund, it's in excess of $2 million a year to fund, 35 million bucks for a local share of a freeway interchange. So we have I'll call it, 3 2s here for playing poker, a great lowball hand. We've got 2 million shortfall for Tier 1, probably another 2 million a year, really rough back of the envelope numbers for Tier 2. If you want the local share of the interchange following VTA staff's latest recommendation, you got another 2 million a year. So all of a sudden you're up to 6 million a year and counting. Where is that money going to come from? And on top of that, we go back to don't change the slide, but I'm just saying figuratively, go back to the earlier slide on CalPERS. What are you going to put into your Section 115 trust to deal with the peak coming down the road? So lots of really good questions. And I think what it's left with is for, elected staff and the committee to decide priorities in capital projects, and in particular, how badly do you want the interchange? And this is not any judgment of any kind on the interchange. It's an important project, but it's going to be a heavy lift to get it. And do we have another slide here? Key conclusions. All right, I'm going to turn this back over to Jonathan. Your turn.
So what we've tried to summarize for you here is really kind of what's your high level fiscal outlook, and then what are the general categories that we'll need to develop very specific policy decisions on and very specific scenarios for consideration going forward. So under the base case, with, again, these are no policy changes. They're, costs are projected to grow faster than revenues. And I think this is something you all have known. We've really reviewed and validated that to some degree. Actual costs and revenues are going to vary. The model, is a tool. It's a tool that's not just a snapshot in time. It's a tool that we've developed to hand over to your staff. In other words, it's not proprietary, that we can continue to modify as updated information comes in. I know we're expecting some additional actuarial reports in June that will shed really significant light, I think, on the pension and unfunded liability question, right? So there's always going to be those adjustments, those external factors, those internal policy and management decisions that are going to bend that trajectory. That's what your budget process is for, right? And then, those key policy decisions and assumptions impacting those projections, service level and staffing changes, those things are really important. So as we talk through where you're going to make additions or adjustments, really articulating what does it translate to from a service level impact perspective will be an important focus. Your pension trust, what to do with it. How much do you hang on to in the event that, CalPERS has a few bad years? We're coming off of the heels of a couple really good years, right? So, you all are going to have to make a policy decision to what degree you want to use that pension trust to pay down, pay as you go, to pay down your UAL. And then, assumptions around future growth and development, building some very specific scenarios, building that in detail and framing that capital investment. So the base case is not a conclusion, it's a starting point. And that's really the key takeaway that I want you all to walk away with tonight. So next slide, please. So, we have a few kind of follow-up items that we need to engage in, both with the Finance Commission as well as you all, but we're really working to kind of develop a report summarizing the historical analysis, the assumptions, as well as the projected base case. There are some additional data the Finance Commission has asked for, which we will oblige, particularly around historical FTEs and really digging into budgeted FTEs versus actual, how many full-time equivalent folks you've actually had on hand. And really looking from our vantage point, what's the actual number of hours you've paid compared to the number of hours you've budgeted? That'll tell an interesting story. So being able to look at this financial model within the context of, projecting your staffing impact, again, that's such a fundamental driver to your cost. So we'll build in some summary information there. And then really it's about finalizing the model, kind of fine tuning it, updating it as data comes in, making sure your staff is trained on it. But also, just as importantly, starting to build out very specific models and testing those scenarios and impacts with you all as a governing body, so you can start to have those informed discussions and make some decisions about, bending the trajectory in a positive way. Next slide.
This is the final slide.
That's the dog and pony show. Happy to answer any questions.
And I'll go ahead and summarize the fiscal impact piece, which would be that new development, it is a huge positive for the town. I noticed Jonathan demonstrating that there's a long-term deficit. I think because of the legal structure of California's tax laws, getting started early, if you have a large contingent of new development coming in, getting started early on new policies regarding that new development. How much are they going to pay towards supporting their own service needs? How much are they going to pay towards supporting the infrastructure that they are going to create the demand for? Getting those policies set early so that they can be in place when that new development comes in. I know it's ongoing. I know that some new developments are currently in the process of being approved, and that just makes even more of a case for the sooner the better. It's the nature of building in California that new development tends to shoulder most of the burden, and it's a tool, I think, in the town's tool belt to help with deficit issues.
Great. Well, thank you very much for the thorough presentation. And I will now look to my council colleagues for questions. We have a question from Councilmember Rob Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, team, for this report. This is my 12th year on council, so I've been looking at this stuff for a long time, and this is by far the best refined analysis and model that I've seen. I appreciate your willingness to iterate it instead of just make a bunch of assumptions and throw it at us. I really appreciate the continued refinement of it. The staff reports seem to indicate that we could give some input on potential assumption updates. I have 3 areas that jump out at me, and it's either assumptions could be updated or my understanding is not all the way there. I'll go kind of in reverse order. So the last thing you mentioned was what it was cost to pay for the highway. I also sat on the VTA board for a while, so I'm quite familiar with their funding mechanisms and how they get to the towns and so forth. And I definitely understand that if you apply for a federal grant, they want like a 20% match, or they call local match. But usually the local jurisdiction, the town that might want this to occur, doesn't have to come up with the 20%. We can get money through Measure B. There's some Measure B money that's meant for this section. There's other interchange money in Measure B. That money can be used to match the federal 20% needed. And then we usually need to match that 20% with our own 20%, but we can also come up with other layered grants, such as OBEG grants, to help cover that. So I have a hard time believing we, the town, need from our taxpayer dollars to come up with 35 million. There should be other layered grants we can get to much reduce that number. So I want to challenge you a little bit and make where you what did VTA staff told you? They said you need a local match, but did they go through all these?
Well, they basically looked at the town. They implied, we can go back and double check with them, council member, but that the 20% they're talking about was not coming out of Measure B or anything else. It was like truly local share. It was Los Gatos' share. And I don't know the basis of that. And you've been on the VTA board, and it sounds like, so can I suggest?
And I've watched us fund other projects in Los Gatos doing exactly that, where we were required to come up with a 20%, and our staff went and found another grant of a different type to apply towards our local match. So it didn't actually come out of our local taxpayers' pockets. So I'm just challenging that a little bit.
That's excellent. We'll work on that. We'll take that ball, see how far we can carry it. Okay.
And talk to our staff about it. They have, Parks Public Works has lots of practice doing it with other projects. The second place I wanted to question was, it's page 449 of our council packet. And I can't find page numbers in your report, but it was table 30, which relates to salary increases. Just above it, you're assuming an increase in salary costs of 3.9%, and you say the following table is what informed your estimate. The following table says the average salary range over the last 3 years, and there's no other information for me to really get, is 3.9 the right number? Sure. And the thing that worries me about that assumption is we did our last MOUs right in the middle of a major inflation spike. So we were forced to do MOUs that were 5% this year, 3% the next year, maybe 2.5% the year after. It was something in that range, and it differed by which bargaining group. Sure. I don't expect that our next MOU is going to be in the middle of a big inflation spike. So and again, I've been here for 12 years and negotiated. That's the largest we've ever negotiated. So I'm worried that if you're using the last 3 years, which has been very unusual, and doesn't seem like we're going to have an 8% inflation spike going ahead. I realize it's not going to go back to where it was. Did we really make the right assumption based on this table which says the last 3 years?
So I assume you're referring to the assumptions memo. So I'll give you a little bit of context in terms of what our approach was. So what we did not do is assume, and I think I mentioned it, those years that were spikes, we didn't want to normalize those, right? So 4%, 5%, there were some pretty significant jumps in several categories. We have not assumed those going forward. What we have assumed through 2027 are the specific inflationary target or factors that are defined in your MOUs. And then we normalized based on the, removing those kind of major outliers to estimate the 3.9% going forward, right? So now here's the rub, and this, that's really a placeholder. whatever your negotiation process, however that unfolds and wherever you land, it could be below 3%, which will fundamentally, positively impact what the outcome of your long-term, projections are. It could be higher. There could be other benefit kind of impacts. So again, that's partly why, it's a snapshot in time. There's going to be adjustments as we go forward. But I am also happy to kind of go through and follow up and give you some more specific information if that will be helpful too.
And one of the things that I've always been careful about is when we forecast salary increases, it sets a floor for the next negotiation.
Yeah.
So if we set a floor at 3.9, that's higher than we've ever had. In the past, we've done things like assumed a 2% salary increase, and we know it might be more than that, but we need to be careful about setting expectations.
So our very first iteration of the model assumed 2% going forward. But that's really also not realistic. So, partly what we have to be able to distinguish is what I don't want to use the financial model for is as a tool in collective bargaining negotiations, right? Even though it'll inevitably come up. I've been in plenty of negotiations myself. It felt better if we're kind of trying to demonstrate what your long-term trajectory is, to look at what you've historically paid in the absence of having collective bargaining agreements to tap into.
And
that was a choice.
Yeah, I agree. We want to try to get to a good refined model. I don't want us to, because it will be potentially a tool, I don't want us to err on the wrong side.
For sure. I completely respect that.
Mayor, if I could, the third thing that stuck out to me in the report, and I don't have the page right now, I think you said somewhere staff told you to assume grants of $150,000 a year. Does that sound familiar?
Without going in and looking at the specifics, I can say I can give you some sense of our assumptions on grants. Staff didn't tell us to assume, there may be some specific grants that are spelled out. The grant market or the grant experience for our local governments right now is an interesting one. It's the most interesting one I've seen in 23 years. So we've assumed essentially flat. We've assumed that grants will continue to come in, but we have not made assumptions on significant increases and what those intergovernmental revenues in the form of grants will look like.
And
we're conservative there.
Is this a grant that might help operating, or is it a grant that could go towards capital? And the reason I ask this is I haven't looked at the numbers, but my recollection is much larger grant numbers that went towards capital projects.
Yeah, these are grants relative to operating.
Okay, then I believe that number.
Yeah.
So those were my three big ones to start. Thank you, Mayor and consultants.
Thank you, Councilmember Rennie. We'll go to Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. And I was able to attend the Finance Commission meeting, and there was really terrific dialogue during that meeting. And we're kind of, we've had the long presentation and now we have some questions. So there were a lot of questions that kind of came up along the way that I think have added to this. But I wanted to just start with a couple of really fundamental questions. First of all, has this report, the numbers changed since the Finance Commission meeting?
Since the Finance Commission meeting last week, no. So between now and then, we have not made any fundamental adjustments in those figures.
Okay, and there was some feedback though that asked you to look at some things in
there was. So yeah, so there's a few sort of specific things which I alluded to, but one is looking at really FTE experience and pairing in a meaningful way what the FTE experience is with the model, and particularly looking at overtime. So that's one of the elements. And there was a lot of discussion around how to use pension trust funds and the pension trust funds as an active tool to be able to pay down your unfunded actuarial liability, the suggestion and request to some degree is that be loaded within the base. We will not load that within the base case. That's something that we would articulate as a scenario. Completely agree. It is a scenario that you all should consider, and there needs to be a rich policy discussion. We're just not going to assume sort of specific management decisions and policy decisions on behalf of the governing body. So we've documented those things. Those are important conversations. We've teed them up from a policy perspective, and those will be reflected as well.
Right.
There was also some conversation around whether the units that are baked in, that are assumed in the housing element, in other words, permits that are already underway, whether the anticipated property tax revenue from those should be fundamentally included. Again, our perspective here is we've assumed a consistent historic rate of growth with respect to your property tax revenue, your normalized growth. The new development that's coming from the numbers that's in your housing plan, we would want to model that as a scenario. So those things get captured. We just won't capture them in the base case because the base case is the point of comparison that we want to balance your scenarios against.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to come back to the property tax growth because I don't think that what is in here is consistent with our historical growth, even leaving off the potential growth. I'll come back to that in a minute. But just in terms of this model itself, and there was, I think, very healthy discussion at the Finance Commission about this, would you agree that the base case model serves to let us know that if the town continues to manage its finances prudently, honors its existing obligations, and makes no new significant changes to services, staffing, or revenue policy, that it gives us the answer to the question of where does that leave our 10-year fiscal picture?
Yeah, I think it articulates that absent of significant decision on the revenue side or on the expenditure side, it articulates that your expenditures are growing at a rate that outpaces your revenues.
Right. And so the other part of the discussion at the Finance Commission was what is a base case, and should it include things like redirecting OPEB trust funds? Should it include things like funding the Highway 17-9 project? And those, in my mind, are policy decisions that we can make along the way, but they then they need to get fed back into this model before we finish with this. And so I'm really looking forward to the work on the fiscal impact analysis and how that feeds in, and also the incorporating other policy decisions that we might want to incorporate. And I think there was maybe a tendency at the Finance Commission to want to jump to including some of those. But I think it would be better to keep this base case as pure as we can with the statement that I made earlier, and then we can apply these policy decisions on top of that, and that would include a policy decision about whether it's a 3.9% or something else that we include for personnel benefits, and whether we start to put in a provision for this Highway 17-9, which I don't believe is a Tier 1 project at this point. So those are just a couple of high-level comments, and then later I wanted to come back to the revenue assumptions.
Okay. Okay, I'll jump in with a few quick comments. I think what's particularly useful about this is ensuring that this analysis captures the full life cycle costs of growth, especially on infrastructure, and how we can, sort of try to think about our development insofar as how much control we have over it is fiscally sustainable. I think this is a very helpful process. I should start by saying I think this is, I think we've heard this from our staff and consultants before. I think this is a very proactive effort, and I think it's a very smart one. We're very fortunate that we are not in the depths of significant financial troubles, and so we're having this discussion before things get terrible. So being that we're making assumptions here, I just want to sort of reiterate some of what I've heard from both of my council colleagues who have spoken. I agree with both of Councilmember Rennie's big points. I think, one being that I think we have to be careful on the, labor piece, and two, that I do not think I am very much involved in VTA now as well, and I don't think it makes sense to assume that the council is going to be on the hook for this hugely extra or hugely increased portion of the costs of the 17 congestion relief project. So that's not an assumption I would include, is that we're going to have that big extra cost. I think, one thing I heard, I listened to a little bit of the Finance Commission's meeting, and one thing that I heard loud and clear is the need for a multi-year phased CIP, which I completely agree with. I think ensuring that our priority projects have full funding by the time we're ready to construct them is critical, and I know that's something the town manager and public works director and other staff have been working on. So I think that all makes sense. One thing I just did want to ask about, I read this in there and heard a little bit about this in the presentation, but I just want to, sort of confirm on a couple of these things. In terms of the, getting into the future planning and growth considerations, Is it correct that you all believe that, in general, higher density equals more efficient land use, but more concentrated infrastructure costs, and sort of two, growth along some of our more commercial corridors like Los Gatos Boulevard is arguably more financially efficient because we already have infrastructure there, and that's the sort of development that we should be thinking about?
Mike, why don't you take a crack at that one?
Yeah, that's an interesting discussion. I would almost categorize that as growth, infrastructure and growth kind of philosophy. What I would say that in my experience, and this is more of a qualitative judgment, that certain things about infill are much cheaper, but if you are within a good range for the level of service, and you have an infill project that falls within the parameters, the service level parameters of the infrastructure, it can be a very cheap project to deal with from both service costs and infrastructure costs. If you're increasing the population of the town by 20%, which is our estimate, and through 2040, if you have any choke points in your infrastructure to the point where you're going to need to be, it's a great example, redoing an interchange, or the type of improvements to a major thoroughfare that would involve, major construction, acquiring easements, really kind of redoing the road in a major way. I do think that tends to be more expensive than building a brand new interchange or building a brand new road, because you're not just building something where there's nothing. You have to tear something out or modify something and then add more on top of that. So I think this is one of those, one of those questions that doesn't have a hard and fast answer, but I think when you reach a certain level of density, the amount of infrastructure you need per new unit or per new person does tend to get more expensive. I think there's I think it's worth looking at it from the perspective of we're increasing the population by about 20%, which means there's going to be about 20% more trips, 20% more park acres needed, assuming that you're at capacity, 20% more service calls for medical, paramedic, fire, police generally. There's modifying factors to that, of course, but we like to start from the assumption that, yeah, more people are going to need more infrastructure and more services across the board. And for infrastructure, we will always rely on the engineers' estimates. They're the ones who are getting in there into the details and saying, well, what do we need to actually do to the interchange? What do we actually need to do to Los Gatos Boulevard? And they're going to tell us how much it's going to cost, including everything. There's a lot of expensive items involved with doing major improvements to an arterial, and they'll tally all of those up. And then our role would be to figure out how to pay for that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. First of all, I really appreciate, along the lines of what Councilmember Rennie was saying, I've only been on the council this is my 6th year, but I've watched the council since 20 years before that. And so this deep dive and the interaction with the council at the last meeting, but also the Finance Commission, I think is producing a better and better way to analyze what we have to do. And I'm trying to figure out which screen to look at and what factors we need to be examining. In terms of the housing that's coming, that is going to be a really tricky thing. And I do appreciate, it was after one of the Finance Commission meetings when I went and talked to somebody about the initial assumption of 30% affordable and pointed out that we're never going to get anything that's more than 15% affordable. So I appreciate that adjustment because that's just the reality of what's coming up. We also have some projects that have been approved that either may not get built or may take years to build. I think we've got 2 that have broken ground, but who knows what'll happen with the others. So it's very hard to tell how and when these will move forward. I think the ADUs are easier to understand. In terms of the infrastructure needs, you make some good points. I think for the town, there's a lot of infrastructure that's not under our purview. So the sanitation district has to deal with the sewer, that's not the town. The water district has to deal with water distribution, that's not us. So I think the developers have to pay their way along with those things. In terms of, I don't know, everybody's brought up a lot of good points. The other thing I was going to say is I've sat on the VTA Policy Advisory Committee for a few years, and I absolutely know that there are a number of grants that we will be able to get, and I have no doubt that the town's not going to pay anywhere. We're not going to pay anywhere close to $35 million for this. It was a key project that was in part of Measure B when it was approved by the voters, and there will be a way that it'll get things done, and it's kind of independent of whether we add residents or not. This is just a project that's needed for a lot of other reasons. So I guess one of the things, this is probably a question for staff, when we look at impact fees, we have impact fees in place. If we were to change them or add to them, are any of the existing SB 330 projects going to be required to pay those, or have they vested to old fees?
The SB 330 projects have vested to the existing development impact fees.
Okay, so except for cases where we have fees that, like we have we have things that don't, well, we have projects that are defined in our bike and ped master plan or traffic improvements that are needed where, as a project is built, when it touches those areas, they have to pay for those improvements. Isn't that correct?
Yes, the town can impose exactions through conditions of approval.
Okay, so in terms of improving roads on infill, each project is going to have to take care of the sidewalk, bike lane, signal changes or whatever, correct?
It's I don't know about the signal changes, but it's customary to require the frontage improvements.
Okay. And then, oh God, there's so many things here. The other thing I was thinking about is, for me, I don't know that it necessarily hurts our negotiating position to put in what appears to be a historic and potentially realistic number for salary increases, because what we're also showing is that we have a gap between our, we've got a structural budget deficit. And so when it comes to negotiations, we've got to look at this and say, if we give you the money that's in here and we can't afford it, the town is going to, run into a big problem. So the base case, I think, makes a lot of sense to me. It's looking at how things are going, and irrespective of any policy decisions. And then we can make policy decisions along the way that will help get us into a better position. So, I appreciate the discussion at the Finance Commission. I appreciate particularly one commissioner's comments wanting a different type of base case, but I also agree with Councilmember Hudes that the base case is what we're doing, and then we can make changes along the way.
Yeah, Councilmember Hudes, then Rennie.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we've talked about that still needs work that will come back around is what are the unfunded infrastructure requirements of the substantial growth, particularly since that growth is not occurring where it was designed in the general plan that did the CEQA analysis. So and it's not even growing where the work was done in the housing element. So it's growing in different places. So I think it's going to be important to understand the unfunded infrastructure requirements. It's great that a development is required to pay for the sidewalks in front of their or improvements in front of their. But when it comes to a tipping point reached because you've got 20% more traffic on the boulevard as a whole, how do you fund that? I understand, that CEQA doesn't care about, looking at the traffic impacts, but certainly the residents of the town will demand that improvements get made, and we need to take a realistic view of that as we start the next part of this project, looking at the fiscal impact analysis. So, between the traffic impacts, the other unfunded CEQA requirements such as pollution, storm sewer, other things that we may have to put in place, it's going to be challenging for us, and we need to do that work. If I could, I wanted to come to one other point, which is revenue from sales, from property tax. And so I believe I looked at it and it looked like our historic property tax increase was between 6.5 and 6.8%. And I think, so just pick a number, 6.7%. The model is now using 5.4%. And beyond that, I also had a question about, first of all, why that is so much lower. It's like 25% lower than what our historical has been. But also just in looking at the table that was presented, I didn't understand some of the numbers there. So why don't we start with the historic answer, and then I wanted to go back to the numbers that I saw on the table that I had a concern about.
Sure. So the forward projection for the property taxes in particular, so we look at historical data, that's important. But there's a blended sort of average growth assumption weighted across like 3 valuation components. So using Santa Clara County assessment data. The first piece is, new construction is assumed flat, given some variability year to year. Changes in ownership are assumed at 4%. Base valuation growth is assumed at 5.6%. And then ERAF, right, which the share of property tax that goes to the state's, education revenue augmentation fund, that's modeled at about 16.6. So again, that's an increase based on revised Santa Clara County data as well. So we also, your property tax revenue has grown at about 6.7%, but we do use a more conservative forward assumption to reflect some of the softening in the real estate activity. Now, if there's kind of some clear indications that some adjustments are needed there based on some data, we can certainly have those conversations. But that was the number we were comfortable with based on the data that we had available.
Okay,
and just to add some color to that. So I think a lot of people are aware that there was a rush to, buy new homes when the pandemic came around. The structure of California's tax law would reward people for staying in their homes a long time. The property turnover definitely experienced a surge from 2020 to up to a few years ago, which if you have someone with a housing tenure of 20 years who sells, that's a massive increase in assessed value, because now it's not going up by 2% per year, it's going up to whatever the sales price is. Those types of transactions are really what push you above that 2% baseline in terms of assessed value increases. So if you look at the marginal effect of that, it's going to be much stronger in years of high property turnover. It's going to be quite a bit lower in years of lower property turnover. There's lots of reasons now, including higher mortgage interest rates and people having refinanced at very, very low rates, being maybe more reluctant to change housing. So I think when we're talking about historical trends, it's probably better to look at the historical trends before 2020 to get a good idea of what the base case should be, rather than between 2020 and the present.
Well, just one other response to that is that our population has been aging, and now over 30% of our population is over 55. And if you look at what, the population over 65, I fundamentally believe a lot of those will be selling their homes. And so, particularly since there are virtually no aging in place services, as there are in some other places. So I think we're going to need to continue to have the discussion about that, because it does add up to 700,000 or 800,000 a year in the difference between these. But I also wanted to ask a question on the chart. I see the 2026 base. This is on page 11 of your slides, going from 27 million to 29.3. That's a jump of like 8.6%. What's happened there? Did I miss something there?
I'll have to go back into the data, back into the model, and be specific. I don't have the answer at hand, but I can get that.
Could we put up slide 11? Is that possible? We don't have to get an answer tonight, but I just want to make sure you're going after the same thing that I'm pointing out.
While you're looking for that, can we take a 2 to 3 minute break? We're approaching the midnight deadline, but I think we need a quick bio break, and then we'll come back and power through the last 10-ish minutes.
And then my camera hasn't been working. I'm going to restart my computer and then sign back in to whoever is IT.
Great timing. Perfect. Thank you. Reconvene, and I'm just going to level set real quick. We have 20 minutes till midnight, and I think what our consultants really need is our specific feedback on any changes that we would want them to make. I think we provided some of that at the beginning of this, and want to just hone in on that, hopefully for another 10 or so minutes to get us out of here by midnight. Yeah, wrap up, and then we'll go to
27.0 to 29.3. If you could look into that, please, or yeah, that would be great, because that's a 8.6% increase.
Great. Councilmember Adami, do you have any feedback, or are you okay?
I'm okay, but we gave appreciation to the presenters, but I also want to thank staff, the town manager, and Ms. Alfaro for just even bringing in outside analysis. It's been really helpful. I think it's helpful to the community as well, because this is very objective without relying on staff's analysis. I want to make sure that the base case reflects prudent fiscal management of our town's existing resources. And we've talked about it earlier in the conversation, but managing our overtime, controlling our discretionary spending, and utilizing the town's 115 trust and OPEB trust to the maximum extent possible.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Two really quick things. I forgot to say, I appreciate you changing the assumption for the affordable number of units being built. Definitely, nobody builds at 30%. Potentially, the number of units is overcounted. Also, if you look at what applications we have, it was a lot of applications thrown in when there was a builder's remedy window. A lot of even those projects, a lot of developers tell me they don't pencil out. Somebody saw an opportunity to put a building that would never be approved in Los Gatos in as an application. Even if we approve them, will they get built? There's a big question mark there. We're 3 years in now to this housing element session, and we've only broken ground on one of the big projects that was part of that, really. We've only approved 30% or less, or seen 30% or less, and we're 3 years in. So it's even the timing is going to be a lot further out. I think you may have been counting till 2040, so maybe we start getting there in 2040, but we will not, I am quite confident, build anywhere near our housing element in the housing element period. So that doesn't need a response. The one thing I did want to point out just for staff and council members is I noted in the report under table 26, it says, talks about gas fund transfers, and that you actually are allowed to transfer for things such as trimming trees in the right of way. And since our budget is coming up, something to think about based on that's a new piece of information I didn't realize. We keep talking about how we're behind in taking care of our trees, but we've done a great job of getting our pavement index up into the mid 80s. Perhaps this coming budget year, we might want to consider spending a little less there and a little more on trees, since that seems to be allowable from the gas tax. Just wanted to point that out since it was in the report. Thanks.
Good calls. And the one quick one that I wanted to touch on that I think has already been touched on, but and I think this kind of built into the the 17 congestion management project, but the 1 million in capital seems low. So that's, I don't think, I would be shocked if there was ever a year where we spent only $1 million on capital. So that feels low to me. Do we have any other specific feedback? Do the consultants have any questions or areas of clarification? I think I heard something like a dozen pieces of feedback of things to look at and address.
No, I think, a number of questions. We'll do some follow-up with staff, and for those things that require follow-up and communication, we'll make sure that the entire council receives the responses. I assume that'll work.
Thank you very much. Oh, and now we will open up public comment for any members of the public wanting to address the council on item 10. Seeing none, mercifully, I will close public comment, and I think that wraps up for us. So we just need to receive and provide feedback, and we have received and provided feedback. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for bearing with us on a later than expected evening. But I think this discussion and the previous discussion were both very fruitful and important. Thank you to our consultants. Thank you very much to our town finance staff. And thank you to the Finance Commission for helping us get here. I will now move over to council matters, and I'll start with Councilmember Rennie so he can go back to bed at his earliest convenience. Thank you to our consultants. Yeah, fair enough.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. My Italian class starts in 15 minutes, but I may try to go to bed first. But
good luck.
Just quickly, since the last council meeting, I attended the Risk Oversight Committee and the board meeting for Silicon Valley Clean Energy. The board meeting, big thing was we focused on our decarbonization programs and what impacts they were having and potential budgets going forward. It is a little bit more difficult budgets now for us, and it's funny the way it works. As the generation prices come down, it squeezes us a little bit because of the PCIA, and I won't get into that. One other thing, we just got news that we actually got an upgrade in our credit rating. We were a decent credit rating but stable. They've now moved it to whatever the next thing over stable is. Getting late here. Anyway, we moved up from stable to positive or something or other. So that's it for me.
Thank you. We will go to Councilmember Hudis.
Thanks. Real quick, I attended the Finance Commission meeting on the 13th, participated in a West Valley Wildfire Advisory Council meeting on the 16th, where we discussed not only what we had to do, but how we might pay for that and to do that on a regional basis. I'm looking forward to further discussions about that. And then a couple of Los Gatos Thrives meetings thrown in.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. On the 8th, I attended the Valley Water Commission as the alternate for Councilmember Rennie. We discussed the results of a study of water use projections, and they also did a study on demand elasticity. And, that kind of means as a price goes up, people use less of something, but it turns out that water is not that elastic. And I think a lot of that is for people that are low users. There's not much you can squeeze out of there if you're using the basic for health and hygiene, and for folks that have large lawns and maybe large incomes, they'll just pay more. So in terms of looking at how pricing impacted use, there was not a lot of elasticity there. In terms of projects that Valley Water is looking at, we've got Anderson Dam retrofit, upgrade of the water treatment plants and distribution, a dam safety program for Almaden, Calero, Coyote, and Guadalupe reservoirs. There's the Pure Water Silicon Valley demo facility plus the full-scale direct potable reuse. And the Pure Water is basically recycled water. So taking the water that we've used, recycling it, and it's going to be probably our most important project to do to make us drought resistant. We can expand reservoirs, but when there's not rain, keeping the water we've already got and being able to reuse it is going to be key. There's the Sisk Dam raise and the site's reservoir participation. We have a state water tax that shows up on our bill, on your water bill, and basically that pays for 100% of the state water projects that Valley Water is involved with. The goal was to maintain it at $28 million, so the annual tax bill for the average single-family residents will be about $46. So when you see that on your bill, you know what you're paying for. Looking at the cost of water, especially due to imported water, it looks like the cost is going to peak in about 2032 to 2033 and then go down again as these projects come into play and we're importing less water and we've got our own water. That's a lot, but there's a lot going on. On the 9th, attended the VTA Policy Advisory Committee, and I've become the chair because of some reassignments with other city representatives. And one of the things we did was approve the One Bay Area Grant Cycle 4 criteria, and we approved $4.15 million of supplemental funds for congestion management plan. And then we also approved, we're reprogramming, there's money, we took $17.5 million from one fund and moved it to another to help with the Bascom Complete Streets project, where there was a deadline where other funds would expire. So essentially, money was moved, but everything will work out. And then went to a variety of other things, but I'll leave it at that. It's a late night.
Thank you. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. On the 13th, I attended a meeting of the Finance Commission. On April 15th, I attended the grand opening of Whole Foods, also along with the mayor and the vice mayor. Mayor Moore provided congratulatory comments during a bread-breaking ceremony that clearly invigorated the crowd. On the 20th, I attended a meeting of the DEI Commission. Discussion included the handwriting project of the Constitution as a signature event at the 4th of July Symphony in the Park event.
Great, thank you. So I first want to invite everyone, all two of you in the room, to attend Spring into Green happening this Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Should be a lot of fun. I participated in a Cities Association board meeting where I was elected to the executive committee and now serve as the second vice president and chair of the Legislative Action Committee. So I'll provide, continued updates from that organization to the town. I spoke at the Los Gatos Kiwanis Club meeting, had a lot of fun with them. They're a great group. Attended the Whole Foods bread breaking, which was a ton of fun. That was where I got my dinner tonight. I stopped by Heroes Day at the JCC, where I got to see our amazing police department and fire department interacting with a lot of very excited Los Gatos students who wanted to climb up the very tall ladder and were luckily dissuaded from doing so. I had a very interesting meeting with Waymo representatives who expect to expand Waymo service to Los Gatos in the next 6 to 8 months. So that is coming. Waymo will begin driving. I mean, I guess they really do drive. Waymo cars will be in Campbell starting in about a week. So they are, and that is, I was, sort of shocked to learn that local municipalities have absolutely no role in all of that. It is the DMV, and interestingly, the big regulating agency is the CPUC, which is not what I would expect. But Waymo cars with drivers will apparently start driving on Los Gatos streets in the coming months, and they'll be driverless in about 6 months. So that's a biggie. Attended the VTA Plus Town Cleanup along Highway 9. That was great. Lots of trash picked up. I spoke at the Los Gatos High School Students Interested in Medical Sciences Club Symposium, which was a lot of fun. They did a great job with that event. Attended the Los Gatos Youth Commission Multicultural Celebration, which was awesome. I hope this is the first annual. The police department did a really good job partnering with the students. The chief was out there. It was a ton of fun. There were maybe about a dozen booths, but after I posted about it on the internet, had lots of organizations, people say, "Oh, I want to be there next year." So I think it'll be a great, it's a great thing, and I think more to do on that. Attended the ribbon cutting for Melody, which is a sort of high-end boutique in Los Gatos. One of the most well-attended ribbon cuttings I've been to. There were like 100 people on a very small sidewalk in downtown Los Gatos. Don't tell code compliance. And lastly, I today attended a community conversation with DA Jeff Rosen, with our town manager and chief of police, which was very informative. That's all I got. I'll kick it over to the manager and attorney.
No report due to the hour.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
All right. With 5 minutes to spare, this meeting is adjourned.